Hi everyone, welcome once again to World Leaders Summit, and this is fabulous. For last 2 days, we had more than 67 countries who participated, interacted, communicated, commented, shared. Multiple number of shared happened from social media. Several comments came. Several people wanted to become member of World Leaders Summit as a platform. Well, who we are, how we started. This is probably already there in the last 2 videos, but just for a recap, World Leaders Summit is basically a platform for all of you. People who wanted to make disruption, people who are change makers, people who need the first level of public speaking, people who are seasoned speaker, people who are looking for raising funds, people who are running their existing business but looking for business partners, people who are looking for decision makers, people who need connection in government. So we act as a catalyst into various different chapters worldwide. I can proudly say as a founder, we now exist in 97 plus countries. And we have done magical things every month in every chapter. Few of the chapters are new. They are newborn because we are new. We are running this for last 3 years. And the first year we started with 90 countries. Next year we did with 95 countries. This year we are celebrating 97, but I'm sure that when we are done, we'll be probably touching 100 plus countries. I can see the number of flags that is coming up. And today I have got ambassador of World Leaders Summit representing UK. She is a dear one, Nina. Nina is going to lead World Leaders Summit from now on. Over to you, Nina. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the Lead World Leaders Summit. I get my words out correctly. I'm super excited today. Actually, we've got some amazing speakers, and I can't wait to see what they're going to share with us. So I'm going to send it over to the first speaker. Bridget, can you remind me who the first speaker is?
The first speaker is Kate. She is from South Korea.
Kate, amazing. So we're going to go straight over to Kate, and I will leave it with you, Kate, and I'm looking forward to your presentation and your speech today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Arijit and Nina. Thank you for hosting me. Nice to see new faces, Omar, Rebecca. And thank you for being here, Jalana. I'm waiting for my colleagues to show up, and in 2 minutes, I did post at Stanford Lead Community of 4,500 leaders around the world. So, yes. So, a little bit about me before we jump into my presentation. I'm located in Korea. I care a lot about world religion, spirituality, inner peace, mental health, and becoming a good human being, on a nutshell. Okay, so nice to see you, Nina, again. Allow me to stand by for 1 minute, if that's okay, Arijit and Nina. Yeah. And I'm going to share you my screen. Can you see my screen on a presentation mode? Okay, awesome. Okay. So today's topic is come home inward. There's a hidden agenda behind this. First, my goal is to guide the listeners, you home. Where is home? Second hidden agenda is about human wellness. In corporate, anywhere you go, there you are. And third hidden agenda is about, can you guess? Storytelling. So allow me to get started here. When we look into the history, there is a saying from the Bible according to Jesus, written in John 8:31-32. Truth will set you free. Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who focuses on humanistic approach. His name is Carl Jung. He says, what is most personal is most universal. And our professor, Stanford business professor, Jennifer Acker says, people who succeed in finding meaning experience both meaning and happiness, but those who can't find meaning aren't happy. So as you see, the iceberg, the photos of iceberg shows the conscious mind, subconscious mind, and our unconscious mind. They say, according to the research, 5% of our mind 5% of our decisions are made by ego, but underneath it, like an iceberg, our unconscious mind and subconscious mind govern our conscious actions. So when we dig deeper into our minds, our conscious minds, subconscious and unconscious minds, at the bottom, the unconscious level, if we don't look deeply within, there is selfish need, shameful experiences that we often hide away, immoral urges. According to what region you're from, the morality may differ. Irrational wishes, unacceptable sexual desires. This one is a big thing. I often wonder, why do we feel shameful about sex? Can you guess? Well, after all, we come out of a mother's womb after mother and father have sex. Anyway, it's a taboo apparently. Also, in the unconscious level, there is violent motives and fears. If we come back to the surface a little bit, in the subconscious level, there is memories and stored knowledge. Now, thoughts and perceptions is at the conscious level. So, according to Carl Jung, he is a Swiss psychiatrist. He's one of the pillar in the foundation of humanistic and transpersonal psychology. He coined the term the shadow. As you can see in the photo in the upper middle corner, or in front of you, there is a man on the left holding a hand of a man on the right, projecting his shadow onto the man on the right. So may I ask you, have you ever had any instances where you felt angry at somebody, jealous at someone? Did you feel some irritation at someone's behavior? These are apparently, according to the scholar, is the unprocessed nature of our psyche. So, for example, if I feel that someone's action is angering me, it is really my problem. Remember, I'm here to guide you to your inner home. If you see the image on the right corner, the outer world is reflected inward, or rather, inner world is reflected into the outer world. So one example is if your mother told you that anger is a bad quality and that she encouraged you to shove it away, maybe perhaps in later adult life, you may want to project that anger onto other people at company or whatever you go, because that anger that is stored in you hasn't been processed properly. This is one way to get back to your inner home. So contrary to the normal Western way of thinking that the world evolves, world is outside, really, let's have a look within. According to WHO, World Health Organization says 1 person commits suicide every 40 seconds worldwide. Can you imagine that? Depression is the #1 disability all over the world. Have you ever felt depressed? I have, certainly, when I was going to college. Mental disorders will cost global economy $16 trillion by 2030. This is insane amount of money. How can we leverage this information? So according to Gallup research, anger, stress, sadness, physical pain, worry, reach new global high. Today is 2022. 2023 may get even more challenging, if I may warn you. So the unhappiness index is rising, and the company can save $2 to $4, according to one research, for every $1 invested in evidence-based mental health programs. Now, finally, mental health conditions cost US employers an estimated $225.8 billion each year. Now, when we look into the marrying the idea of the Eastern philosophy and the Western philosophy, I believe that all things are just as is. There is no good or bad. However, there are things that we can perceive as, oh, this is something I can improve on because the consequences did not make me feel good about it. So now let me draw back to the research of Dalai Lama and Dr. Paul Ekman. This is a case of where the East philosophy meets the West philosophy. Now they came up with a website called Atlas of Emotions. They parsed out 5 emotions as a template, and within one template, anger, second template, enjoyment, third, disgust, fourth, fear, 5 enjoyment. No, 5 was sadness. We can see that slight level of anger is called annoyance. But if you're really, really, really angry, you may feel fury or vengefulness, bitterness. These are the magnitude of anger. Now, why this map is exceptionally helpful for you, for me as well, is we get to name these feelings. There is a research done that when we name our feeling the way they are, the power of that emotion disappears. Now, I've certainly been grappling with anger in the past. Let's say, according to Joseph Campbell, the dragon is what we have to slay in order to become a hero in this life. One of my dragon was anger. Now with this scholarly research, we know that there are solutions. One of the strategies is to name them. And also second strategy is to own your feelings and remember that shadow part, shadow work. Whatever the people outside of you triggers in you, think of them as a healer, a teacher, and helper for you to process the unprocessed emotion so that you can stop projecting out your feelings onto them, rather turn back inward, return to your inner home. Inner home is where your soul rests in your body and your mind. In my belief, I believe that. There is a famous poet or Vietnamese monk who passed away recently. His name is Thich Nhat Hanh. He wrote a poem called "Call Me by My True Names." Now, before I read you a poem towards the end, I like to share that there are invisible assets that we can invest to become a better human being. So invisible assets include good friends, kindness, respect, inner peace, generosity. These are intangible but exceptionally valuable, as well as the physical assets, such as car, houses, money. Those are also important. But why not we invest inside in your inner temple, such as integrity, goodwill, honor, virtue, meaning, purpose, openness, satisfaction, but whatever you have, this is the blessing. And lastly, don't care about what people think about you. Why? Because you're the boss. You are the boss of your life. Do not give your power away. Now, the action steps. I'll say count your blessings, find peace of mind, invest in yourself, figure out your inner inventory of assets, multiply the gifts of your talent, become so unique, listen to your heart, start getting support from people in your life, build trust with people. Now, let me go back to the very beginning. Come home inward. Let me tell you a mini story. I lived in Silicon Valley for 3 years, between the year 2016 to 2019. At the time, I was not allowed to work because of the governmental regulation. I was getting visa. And so I had plenty of time to explore my unconscious, subconscious, and conscious mind. Now, in midst of that, I did feel a plethora of emotions. And I realized that I had been identifying my self-worth with the career accomplishments that I gathered in Seoul. But when I had to give all of that up in order to sort of not work, and I did invest this time to look within my trauma, the shame and guilt and secrets, family secrets and all of that. I felt like I was climbing Mount Everest, if you know what I mean, emotionally. I felt like that. But now, one incident where I really felt like I tanked, like as if I entered the abyss, is when I witnessed people didn't treat me the way I had been treated in Korea. The background is I've been really privileged in Korea, but I quickly realized that I was on the sort of a bottom of the food chain, if you will, and that really compromised my sense of self. However, this was an opportunity for me to process the guilt and shame and unprocessed trauma. So in a sense that when I look at the events that happened 3 years ago today, the imaginary scenario where I lived in Silicon Valley, as I thought it was a bad experience, was really a gift. So in a sense, there is no good or bad. It's just an experience, an adventure. Now, allow me to read you a poem by called Call Me by My True Names by Thich Nhat Hanh. Don't say that I will depart tomorrow. Even today, I am still arriving. Look deeply. Every second I am arriving, to be a bud on a spring branch, to be a tiny bird with still fragile wings, learning to sing in my new nest, to be a caterpillar in the heart of a flower, to be a jewel hiding itself in a stone. I still arrive in order to laugh and to cry, to fear and to hope. The rhythm of my heart is the birth and death of all that is alive. I am the mayfly metamorphosing on the surface of the river. And I am the bird that swoops down to swallow the mayfly. I am the frog swimming happily in the clear water of a pond. And I'm a grass snake that silently beats itself on the frog. I am the child in Uganda, all skin and bones, my legs as thin as bamboo sticks. And I am the arms merchant selling deadly weapons to Uganda. I am the 12-year-old girl refugee on a small boat, who throws herself into the ocean after being raped by a sea pirate. And I'm the pirate, my heart not yet capable of seeing and loving. I'm a member of the Politburo with plenty of power in my hands. And I'm the man who has to pay his debt of blood to my people, dying slowly in a forced labor camp. My joy is like spring so warm, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain is like a river of tears, so vast it fills the 4 oceans. Please call me by my real name, so I can hear all my cries and my laughter at once, so I can see that my joy and pain are one. Please call me by my true names, so I can wake up, and so the door of my heart can be left open, the door of compassion. So, leaders, what story will you tell today? What actions? How are you going to turn the challenging emotions inward and lead your organization? According to the CNN opinion, CVS Health CEO says it's time for business leaders to get serious about mental health. Let's get serious. Enjoy your inner peace. Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Kate. I felt very calm after listening to you, and I suppose a lot of people tell you that, I'm sure, but I completely followed your message and thought it was a huge value, and I'm so happy that you set off the tone today for this World Leader Summit. Did we have any questions, Aradit? I'll come over to you.
One comment came in Facebook. Actually, 2 comments came. I think from Pakistan, someone is saying that great sharing and food for thought, Kate. And from India, amazing speech, Kate. No question as of now yet. But amazing speech. As I know you in person, Kate, just mind-blowing.
Well, thanks, Nina and Aradit. And I like to thank my colleagues that I recognize from Stanford. Catherine, welcome. I see you. Nice to see you. I did invite tons of people here. Ashivesh from Stanford, really nice to see you. And let me know on the chat if you're from Stanford. I really enjoy serving the community. And thank you for your comments, Nina and Aradit, and people all over the world. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Well, what a wonderful way to kick off our World Leader Summit today. And I'm super excited. We have Rebecca next. So I just wanted to welcome Rebecca. Well, Rebecca, are you available?
Hi, yes, welcome. Thank you.
Another Brit, there we go.
Yeah, hi, Nina.
I'm going to hand it over to your very able hands. Please take away your speech and introduce what you're talking about. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nina and Kate. I was very moved as well by what you spoke about and your poem. And I can't imagine you ever being furious. It's so calm and relaxed. So thank you very much for sharing that. It's very inspiring. I am going to talk about the highs and the lows and the unexpected that comes from my experience of growing an 8-figure business and being an entrepreneur. So thank you very much. I would like you to just think for a moment before I get started, what is it that you would really like to get from my talk? What is it you would like to learn or perhaps get from that experience of me growing a business to 8 figures? And please just put that in chat. And it's part of me saying, hey, it's okay to be vulnerable. I've got a talk mapped out. But if you've got things that you would like to get from it, please put them in chat. And I'm really going to try and address those. But let's kick off, and I'll see those coming through in chat, but let's kick off. I'd like you to think about who are the leaders that you absolutely admire. Now, maybe they are Sarah Blakely or Tory Burch, could be Oprah. Maybe there are a few men in there as well. You know, maybe you admire Bill Gates or maybe even Elon Musk. You know, tell me who they are. Who are the leaders that you absolutely admire? And let's think about, why do you admire them? Is it their passion? Is it their tenacity? Is it their success? What is it that you really, you admire Michelle Obama, and I agree with that. She should definitely be on the list too. And what is it you admire about them? Is it their authenticity? Is it their resilience? Put those in. Let's think about what we really admire most about leaders. I'd like to share with you my absolute favourite leader. She is no longer with us, sadly. It's the late Dame Anita Roddick. And she is somebody that inspires me still today and has had this most significant impact on me. Dame Anita Roddick she stands out for me as somebody who's been incredibly bold, lived up to their values. Those values have been around being bold, being strong, doing what's right in business. And if you don't know who Anita Roddick is, she brought us natural skincare, cosmetics that were cruelty-free, and she brought us the Body Shop, which we will all recognize as a global retailer. Now, Anita Roddick painted her first shop. Well, she created her products firstly in her garage. Then as they began to sell, she opened up her first shop and she painted it dark green, which is still the brand colours of the Body Shop. And she painted it dark green to hide the mold. And as she was growing her retail empire in beauty and cosmetics, I was right at the other end of the spectrum in logistics, warehousing, and trucks. And as she was growing her empire, I was growing my business. Have to admit, though, it was at a very different pace to the way that she was growing the Body Shop. And I was so inspired by Anita Roddick's style of leadership. And I thought she would be fantastic to have as a client, love to work with the Body Shop. I didn't know how on earth I was going to achieve that, didn't know how I was going to do it. But what if we could do all of their distribution for them? What if they could become a client of ours? So in thinking about that ambitious goal, which is for me a big lesson in being a leader or being an entrepreneur, you have to have that big goal to go after. I decided to go after it. This is what I was going to do. I was going to secure them as a client, bearing in mind we were a small logistics company. And how did I do that? I spent time getting to know everything about Anita Roddick and the Body Shop. I went to the Body Shop head office based in Littlehampton in the UK, spent time to get to know their distribution team. I had endless press cuttings about the Body Shop. I read reports about them. And at Body Shop, they have a tour at that time that you could go and learn about the history of Body Shop. And I did that, goodness knows how many times. Now, I'd like to say I had an encyclopedic knowledge of the Body Shop, but I guess it'd be better to say I had Wikipedia style knowledge of the Body Shop, learning everything about them. So after about 12 months of investing that time and having this goal, I was no further forward in securing them as a client, but I knew a lot about them. And then out of the blue, I got this call, and I still remember the individual's name, Simon Dallimore, who was the director at Body Shop. And he said, "Hey, Rebecca, we are going to change the way we do our distribution, and we'd love you to tender for it." And I remember that moment thinking, wow, here is this opportunity. Those last 12 months have really paid off. And then he said, but hey, we are going to go to all of these other companies as well and ask them to tender as also. And I remember thinking, my goodness, those companies are companies that turn over billions in comparison to my business. And to put that into some sort of scale, I had 100 trucks. They had 100,000 trucks. And I thought, wow, how are we ever going to compete with that? And that became quite a significant challenge. Excuse me. But when you've got a big goal, you've got to go after it. And we decided that we'd put in a tender and go ahead, which we did. Put our proposal in. 3 weeks later, we still hadn't heard anything from them. And you may have experienced this yourselves when you put in a tender for some new business. You begin to think, and don't hear anything, you begin to think, oh, they must be talking to our competitors and we've lost that opportunity. So in that whole kind of process, we eventually got a call about 4 weeks later from the Body Shop, and I was expecting them to say you haven't been successful. But what they said was, we've had your proposal. We'd like you to come in and have a conversation with us. Now, what I didn't appreciate at that time was that I had a secret weapon that those much bigger players didn't have. Have you got any ideas about what you think that secret weapon was? Please put it in chat. The secret weapon was that I had all of that information about the Body Shop that my competitors didn't have. And that enabled us as a business to put a tendered document together that was very different. And it was, it enabled Body Shop to look at their supply chain in a very different way. And they absolutely loved that. And on that basis, as a much smaller business, we won the contract. So this was a multi-million-pound contract. And our much bigger competitors looked in shock and horror. How could this small business actually steal this very prestigious contract from them? They thought they were going to win it. But it's by having those insights and that knowledge that enabled us to be very innovative and very creative and put something together for them. Now, I realised in saying all of this, I haven't introduced myself properly. I'm Rebecca Jenkins and my business is Argen, and I help other businesses to win big opportunities and to increase their sales. And sharing this story with you will help you to perhaps appreciate some of that sales approach. So we won the contract. That was phenomenal. It was hugely exciting. I remember doing a dance around the office, and the team got together and we went live. So imagine 12 months later, I'd like you to think of yourselves, put yourself in my shoes. 12 months later, we've done this phenomenal job for Body Shop. We've met every single delivery criteria. We've got them through Christmas, and all retailers have this peak trading coming up to Christmas, as we know. We delivered on emergency deliveries. We completed everything, and all the key performance indicators were well up there. And the team had done an amazing job. My team had done an amazing job in delivering on all of that and making that happen. So we were going to the first review meeting of January. We were going to do a review with Body Shop of what had happened in the past. And I was expecting the team to get a massive pat on the back for everything that they'd done. And we were going to start planning for the year ahead. I left early for the meeting, drove to the Body Shop. There was a nice cafe just opposite them where I stopped and had a coffee, met with the team. We had everything ready and off we went into the meeting. But when we got into that meeting, there was a sense of they're not quite as upbeat as they usually are. So the Body Shop team just seemed a little bit quiet. I couldn't quite work out why. What was behind this? And they said, well done, team. You did brilliantly. Well done. Thank you very much. And then they gave us a message that was completely unexpected and completely out of the blue. And I just didn't know how to react. And they said, but you're boring. What on earth do you mean we're boring? And they said, we didn't really know. We can't explain it. You're just boring. And I said something, but we've done everything you've asked us to. And they said, yeah, that's sort of part of it. You've done everything, but you're boring. And we're going to give you a couple of weeks to go away and think about it. And if you can't come up with something, then we're going to kind of relook at the contract and maybe go with somebody else. And we had a 3-year term committed. So this is lesson number 2 for me about leadership. I actually didn't know what to do. Body Shop didn't elaborate, and I had no idea how we were going to turn this around. And as the MD at that time, I thought I had to have all the answers. And here I was facing a situation I didn't know what to do, and I would have to admit that to my team. I was concerned that if I said to my team, I don't know what to do, we've got the potential of losing this contract, that they would lose confidence in me and leave the business. Now, I own that. That was a big mistake on me. And it was a big lesson to learn that when you don't have the answers as a leader, it's absolutely fine to be open and authentic and share that with your team. Because when I did that, my team rallied and we worked together to find a way forward. So lesson number 1 is have big goals, and lesson number 2 is to be authentic. And it's actually okay to say you don't know, because it empowers your team to come up with new ideas and new thinking. And that's exactly what happened here. So we had a number of brainstorming sessions. We weren't getting the right answers. We were thinking, what should we do for Body Shop? Do we need more depots, more warehousing? And that was the wrong question to be asking. And then one of the team members came up with a great idea, and we all said, love that idea. That is the one that we need to have a conversation with Body Shop about. So that's what we did. We took this idea to Body Shop. 2 weeks later, we were back there. And I had no idea whether they were going to like this idea, whether they would say, sorry, that's still boring. We have to rethink, or we're going to start speaking to your competitors, who I knew would just love to get their hands on this account. So we presented the idea to them, and thankfully they absolutely loved it. And the idea was to put the first natural gas vehicle on the road ever in the UK, maybe ever in Europe, I'm not sure. And the great thing about it was that Body Shop said, we are going to work with you to make this happen. Now, we had no idea how we were going to deliver this. We weren't truck manufacturers. But the key thing was that we formed a partnership with Body Shop to make this happen. And they said, this idea relates to our strategic goals. It's important to us to be environmentally sound. Let's work together to make it happen. So truck manufacturer after truck manufacturer turned us down and said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to change our production line. This isn't feasible. You can't do it. But together with Body Shop, we found a way forward. We found a truck manufacturer that said, we'll work in partnership with you as well to make this happen. So the third lesson from that is rise to the challenge that you are thrown and find a way forward. And you don't have to do this yourself. When you work in collaboration with others, you form a partnership and you can make what might seem like the impossible come together and be successful. As a result, we retained the Body Shop contract for over 15 years. I later went on to sell the business to a FTSE 250 company, and I became their sales director. But the key message here is in the life of an entrepreneur, to face the highs, enjoy the highs, face the lows, and be expecting the unexpected. And just to recap, my 4 messages here, or my 4 learnings, are focus on your big goals and be very clear about what they are. Be authentic as a leader and show your vulnerabilities. Rise to the challenges that you face, and you don't have to do this all on your own. You can find people to partner with to support you and take you on that journey. So I'd like you now to perhaps just put into chat as I come to a close, what are your big goals for 2023? Or just write them down, you don't need to put them in chat. Write them down, think about your big goals, and I'd love to hear them. So if you'd like to come and connect with me on LinkedIn and share your goals and have a chat about them, I may be the person that can support you and help you make them your reality in 2023. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And very motivating and inspiring. And thank you for being so honest and vulnerable as well, by saying that you don't always have the answers, because often when you're in charge of a company, when you're leading a company, we look to that person for the answers, as Arijit will also confirm. Everyone goes to Arijit because Arijit will know, but we, sometimes we don't know. And being part of a team, working together, you can do a lot more than you can on your own often. So thank you for being very vulnerable. I'm going to pass it on to Arijit and see if we've got any questions for you.
Yeah, a question probably Kate and Rebecca, both of you can answer. Someone is saying from Thailand, some lead, super amazing speech, but what do you think about roughness as a quality of leadership?
What do I think about what as a quality of leadership?
Roughness as a quality of leadership. Roughness.
Oh, roughness. I think it depends what you mean by roughness, how you would define that. I'm not quite sure. Could you just perhaps explain what you mean by roughness?
It's actually a comment in a Facebook page, so we can't explain that. It's just a comment that I read. So
okay. Well, what would you take?
Probably she mean that when you are a leader, when you are maybe doing some work, you need to take some rough decisions. So maybe
yes, okay.
Mean that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it means that. Yeah, maybe tough decisions and being in a really difficult situation. And I think it's just you've got to embrace those to grow your resilience. If I hadn't had those difficult challenges with Body Shop, and if I just said, oh, it's too much, I don't know what to do, we would never have grown the contract. We would have lost the business and the business would have declined. I mean, I think you've got to embrace those challenging situations. Also, as Kate said, they are actually a gift. That was a massive gift to me from Body Shop. I just didn't see it at the time, but now I recognize how important and invaluable that gift was. And you have two choices. You can either rise to the challenge, or you can just walk away from it. And I think you've got to embrace them and take the challenging times.
Yeah, may I add, Rebecca, thanks for that mention. May I add, from a Buddhist philosophy, we embrace all things, aggressiveness including. So there is a saying, sometimes be humble as the plants in the farmland. And at the same time, there is a time for aggressiveness, like a tiger. So I use aggressiveness, I use humbleness, things like that as a tool in the right moment at the right time, contextually. And Buddha, according to Buddha, middle path is one path to inner peace.
Yeah, Nina, over to you. I guess it's time for the next speaker. Yeah,
thank you so much. Thanks for that as well, the comment, Kate. So we've got Omar, but I was just looking, I can't see Omar. Is Omar still here? He was here a minute ago, and I'm not sure that he still is. Okay, while I look for Omar, move on to...
move to the next speaker?
Yeah, we can go on to the next speaker, which I'm also looking for, which is Luminsa. Are you here?
Lunisa Precious, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Hello.
Hello, I'm going to leave it with you. You've got 15 minutes, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to tell us about today.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for making time for this great event. I want to thank the organizers. And my topic will be centered around the right leadership to steer sustainable economic development. A brief introduction about myself. My name is Junisa Precious Betesalukalon. I'm from the Republic of Sierra Leone, West Africa. We're a small country on the west coast of Africa. And over time, we have seen how the situation that has led to the drastic change over the period since pre-colonial days, till independence, till present day, how leadership has been a major contributing factor. And it was based on that reason that I did some background studies in terms of what am I to present at this year's World Leaders Summit. We in Africa have a situation where our countries are not going forward as other developed nations as we are seeing today, despite the fact that we all took independence, or we're about taking independence around the same time, 20, 40, 50 years ago, because we have a situation where in leadership to steer the mantle of national development is a problem. So it was based on these facts that led me to come to a conclusive approach and had to resonate my discourse around the right leadership to steer economic development. The Republic of Sierra Leone has been within the phase of having 3 to 4 executive leadership. We, of course, have got military and pre-colonial leadership in between. But of course, one thing that our sitting president, His Excellency, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, made very emphatic in his approach towards enhancing change and bringing the requisite sustainable development that the country so direly need, is that with human capital development, we as a people first need to evolve before we talk of sustainable development within the parameters of change and improvement of our society as a whole. With the development of a human capital base in any nation, you can rightfully say that country can be moved towards the right trajectory and making it a sustainable environment for economic growth, trade and commerce, socio-economic improvement, that is to say, the advancement of our women, girls, and children, improve on the blue economy of the world, be part of globalized trajectories for change. In Africa, we've seen over time that with countries like Rwanda, who we all know the history of genocide, has made tremendous change as a people. And today we see how improved and how advanced they are within the global context. We see how tremendously and flawlessly they handled the Chago meeting a few months back. Sustainable development cannot just come to a nation if the nation itself is not in a prepared state, as in its people, to enhance what is coming their way. We are now in the 4th industrialized generation. We have seen how advanced technology has driven the world and how underdeveloped countries such as ourselves are craving to be at the top cadre in terms of developmental index. My take here is this: how can we decentralize sustainable development to individualism and then take it to a community-based level and then state level? I believe, in my humble opinion, we as a nation, we as a people, have the concrete responsibility first to ourselves individually to see how we can amplify the magnanimous goals which are then put into a document at state level, national and global levels for development of our lives as individuals, as communities, and as a nation as a whole. The aspect of rebranding our common narratives, which we hereby call sustainable development goals, which are common global challenges, is firstly felt at individual levels, then community levels, and then national before we talk of global. Leadership can influence systemic change if it is in the right direction, if it is with the right team players, and with the right mindset of individuals. We can see how change can be efficient and effective in our society. The previous speaker for me, as I was keenly listening, my takeaway was there was a situation where she was given the platform to execute a contract, but yet still there was a missing piece by the company that hired her for service, and she was told she was bored. There's wherein we consider evolution. There's wherein you bring sustainable change and sustainable development. With her taking that to her teammates, we saw how a desired result, which was solicited by the said company, was later pleased with her delivery. Replicating that back to individual context, if we as individuals within our global community, because we are all situated in a global community, cannot make the effort, the conscious effort to contribute to the sustainable development of first yourself, your community, and your nation, we can see how that's way on the global stage, because it takes two to tango, but with three or more people with the right mindset, we can see how change can be efficient and sustainably viable. I'm not talking about change wherein we are only looking at when somebody's in office for the next 4 or 5 years, and then after he or she is out, you come back and then what we were saying is not actually manifesting. We want something we know that can live and stand the test of time, generation yet unborn. And with the improvement of science and technology and the taste of innovation, we have to have the self-consciousness that contributing to a global economic paradigm has to start first individually, then taking it into cognizance at community and national and global levels. Which brings me back to the third topic, the right leadership to steer sustainable development. Many a times, people have the notion that sustainable change, sustainable development can only be brought into effect by those that has the power at be, politically speaking. I, for one, can guarantee that change has to start with you as an individual. You as a person, an ordinary citizen of a nation and of this global community, that we all are faced with several uncountable common challenges, such as the economy, such as climate change, such as the war going on in Ukraine and Russia. We see how a situation in another man's country, thousands and millions of miles away, is affecting somebody in an undeveloped nation as Sierra Leone. So the sole responsibility for us to be a contributing factor towards the pyramid of change in our society has to have the consciousness that I have to be the change I want to see. If we're saying we have a situation globally of shortage of food, have we in a little way made contribution towards improving the agricultural sector, either by you yourself engaging in agriculture or improving those who are already in the sector by supporting them with the requisite mechanisms, funds, support tools, expertise, in order to get a required result that can change the paradigm in the hunger situation that we are all faced with at a certain point in time. These are my thoughts that I want to throw out to us here at this global community. How can we improve the global stage as we all are part of it today, making these submissions here and now for the development of our world, either in entrepreneurship, business, e-commerce, trade, politics, the non-profit world, etc., etc. We have the sole responsibility to support the mandates of institutions that are empowered or by law given the statutory rights to implement certain initiatives, programs that are for the betterment of our society. These institutions are run by individuals. And if we cannot give the requisite support to these individuals, we are here by part of a failed system which encourage failed mechanisms within institutions that leads to failed states. Leadership in itself can only be enhancedly successful with a sense of togetherness from individual to a community to state and global levels, with the effort and the consciousness to achieve the set desires we put our minds to. The world today, as we all see, with the COVID-19 pandemic, showed the level of nakedness we all bear when we do not come together. Individuals putting aside individual notions, coming together as one global community to face a common enemy called coronavirus. Till date, we are still gripping from the adverse effect of this particular pandemic. Yet, we have a core responsibility as individuals, making the requisite change within the global stage to improve the socioeconomic status of our lives, our communities, and nation, for us to enact sustainable development at whatever levels we may find ourselves. Governments can do as much as they can. The private sector can provide as much as they can, but yet still they have the notion of profit making. And with that in mind, would government having requisition in terms of policy review, enhancement of certain policies as to the benefit of their constituents and citizens, but with not having the consciousness as individuals coming together to achieve a set desire, we are yet still gripping right across the globe.
You'll see how we have 2 minutes left.
Yes, with the pandemic of selfishness. So as I hereby conclude, ladies and gentlemen, in my humble submission, leadership, the right leadership steering socioeconomic development for each and every member state has to come first, formally, as from individuals, and then we lead on to our communities, our states, and the world at large. I thank you for your kind attention as I hand over back to the host. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that insightfulness. And I completely agree with what you're saying about change requires more than one person. You know, we need people to stand beside us. I'm an activist, for those of you who don't know, against gender-based violence. And without people standing with us and standing with our message to the world, you know, change is difficult when there's just one person. And I say that in my TED talk too. So I really resonated with you when you were talking about with that, Janissa, I really did. So thank you so much for those pearls of wisdom. I see that we have the next speaker already ready with his slides. So I'm just going to let him introduce himself and let him talk about his speech, which looks like the future of medicine. Thank you so much. Are you there?
Yeah, so I can speak now?
Yes, please take it away.
Great, thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here. And I think my talk will be perhaps a little bit different than some of the others, but that's always a good thing. As we know, diversity and change and new ideas is the theme of this conference. So I hope I can make a contribution, however small, to that. As you know, the title of this talk is The Future of Medicine, and my name is Ogan Gurel, and I'm the Chief Science Officer at Flight Material Sciences. And I also have some academic appointments, and I teach a course called the Mini MD as well, which is an overview of all of medicine for healthcare professionals. So I wear a number of hats. And right now I'm based in Montreal, Canada, although I was born in Turkey, grew up in the United States, worked in France and Germany for a while, and also a decade in South Korea, and now back in North America in Montreal. So once again, thank you for this opportunity. And without further ado, I'll just start. I believe you can see the screen here. And I'll be talking about the future of medicine. And I know this sounds like a little bit of technical jargon, but I'll explain it. The subtitle is Protein Electrodynamics and Terahertz Medicine. And if there's one takeaway that you emerge from this presentation, it would be this image, as you can see, of a protein molecule, which is vibrating. And that is the central image or the central message that I want to share with you today. These vibrating proteins have tremendous implications for medicine, and we will explore that in the next few minutes. So I start with a quote: "Two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe. It's from Immanuel Kant, the starry heavens above and the moral law within." And I'll explain where that quote it has relevance shortly. So the outline for the presentation will be in 4 parts. I'll talk about some key questions, some fundamentals, a little bit of research, and the applications. So starting with key questions: what is the future of diagnosis? What is the future of therapy? What is the future of technology? So what is the future of diagnosis? This is a little diagram over time, historical timeline of the various modalities of imaging diagnosis. In particular, you see X-rays, ultrasound, MRI, CT, etc. And all of these you are familiar with, but you may not know that since 1985, there have been no new modalities. In other words, CT was discovered before 1985, X-rays were discovered over a century ago. And all of this innovation has been largely incremental. The second question is, what is the future of therapy? This is a graph of the number of new drugs as a function of research money. And as you can see, the graph is going down, and it costs about $1 billion to produce a new drug. And apart from incremental advances, their innovation has also stalled in biopharma. And a prominent researcher and pharmaceutical executive, George Yancopoulos, talks about one of the hardest things for human beings to do is to develop a new drug. What is the future of technology? Well, technology actually progresses in predictable ways. This is a mechanical rigid steering going to electrical steering, a single leaf door going to a light lock. And of course, we know about landlines going to wireless telephony. We go from wired connections to wireless. And right now in medicine, we have what I call a matter on matter paradigm, in which a drug has to physically interact with a protein or some instrument with the body. And I believe the future will be of energy on matter paradigm. In other words, we have a natural progression in technology. So there are a couple of questions around this. What about some other phenomena such as X-rays? Those also are energy. What energy are we talking about? And I'm going to explore that in the next few minutes. So what energy are we talking about? This is the electromagnetic spectrum, going from the high energy X-rays, such as CT scan, X-rays, all the way to radio frequency, which is used in MRI. But in this middle here is what's called a terahertz region. This is the region where biological processes occur. Actually, X-rays and MRI are not biological investigations. They're physical phenomena that reflect some underlying structure. But the actual electromagnetic energies of biological processes occur at the protein level at these frequencies. So if we want to have new methods of diagnosis, new methods of treatment that are based on this energy on matter paradigm, we have to explore the implications of this spectrum. So what will be the future of medicine and healthcare? The story actually begins over 30 years ago when I was an undergraduate in college, and my professor, Martin Karplus, who eventually won the Nobel Prize in 2013, I remember him telling me as I was in his office for an introduction, proteins are neither solids nor liquids, they are something in between. So now let's look at some of the fundamentals. What are proteins? What do we mean by protein electrodynamics? Some scientific questions, and what is terahertz and terahertz medicine? So what are proteins? What do they look like? Well, they have many different shapes and sizes. They have round shapes, they have helices, they are elongated, and they do many things, from the antibodies to transporting enzymes, catalyzing reactions, structural proteins, receptors. Obviously, the muscles are made of proteins, and hormones. So they are very diverse in both shape and function. And here's an example of a voltage-dependent potassium channel. And you can see this is like a little nano machine. It's actually moving. It's opening and closing. It has substantial movements. It's not just a block, a static structure. And that movement allows the potassium ions to go in and out. And that's what's responsible for the signaling in neurons, in nerve cells. So what are the axioms of protein electrodynamics? So remember this image of this vibrating protein. So that's number one. Number two, proteins are charged. They have positive and negative charges on their surfaces. And we know by the equations of electromagnetism, which is how radios work and how phones work, that moving charges, vibrating charges, will emit radiation. And therefore, the fourth axiom is proteins emit radiation, and they also absorb radiation. And these are some research examples of that. So there are 5 axioms. Proteins vibrate, proteins are charged. Because of that, just by the laws of physics, they must emit and absorb radiation. So Martin Karplus indeed taught us that these proteins vibrate. As I mentioned, this is his original paper in 1977, and he got the Nobel Prize for this work. So we know that proteins have this function. And here's an example. You can see this. This is loading from YouTube. It's kind of loading very slowly. We'll skip that, but that was a vibrating protein. So what are the frequencies of these vibrations? So I'm not going to go into the details of this, but this is an experimental study of another protein called myoglobin. These are the theoretical frequencies that are predicted by the Martin Karplus equations. This is the experiment, and it turns out that the frequencies correspond to 0.45 to 0.6 terahertz, as I mentioned, that region of the electromagnetic spectrum in the middle there. So they vibrate. This is one protein, but this has been substantiated in others in the terahertz and sub-terahertz range. So this raises some scientific questions. Do different proteins vibrate at different frequencies? Can we identify proteins based on their frequencies? Protein anharmonicity, is that important? These questions relate to potential diagnosis, future of diagnosis. Can one influence protein function by modulating their vibrations? And can protein electrodynamics mediate specific attractive forces between proteins? So these types of questions, can we use those terahertz rays to influence protein structure and function, or motion and function, underlie some new advances in treatment? So what is terahertz? Very briefly, as I mentioned, it's this region between the microwave and the infrared. On the microwave side, we have electronics. On the visible and ultraviolet side, we have photonics. So terahertz is very difficult to produce, but in reality, it's all around us, emitted by living organisms, because we're made of water. And so what are the natural sources of this terahertz radiation? That's where this Immanuel Kant quote comes in: the starry heavens above and the moral law within. Actually, the cosmic microwave background that began with the Big Bang that started our universe emits a little bit of terahertz. So it's coming from the sky around us. And also life itself, as I mentioned, is a source of terahertz. So the NYPD, the New York Police Department, is using this to actually detect guns. Why? Because a gun is not made of protein, but the person is made of protein. So they're emitting this terahertz radiation, but the gun is not. So with a passive detector, they can see a concealed weapon. This could be a knife, for example. So these are the security applications. And we have the same concept in airports with those millimeter wave detectors, which are at slightly lower energy. So they are actually detecting the natural frequency of life, but what's not living, such as weapons, is detected. So you can imagine this is a very primitive security application. If we do this in a much more sophisticated way, we can use it for medical applications. So the principles of terahertz medicine is to use this concept to detect specific proteins and also to influence proteins through resonance, localization, and functional changes. As Einstein said, future medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. So now I skip to the third part, which will talk about a few research results. I'm not going to talk about all of these because we have limited time, and this is, of course, not a technical audience. But I'm going to talk about some research that I did when I was at Samsung in collaboration with other academics. This is the protein myoglobin that I mentioned earlier. This is the protein hemoglobin, which you know carries oxygen in the blood. So we studied that using this terahertz spectrum, and it looks a little bit complicated. This was, of course, published information, and this is the spectrum. In other words, how does those proteins absorb this radiation? And we did some comparisons, and to make a long story short, we found that the frequencies corresponded to those frequencies that we saw in those original experiments. So the conclusions are that there are definite broad yet low, specific low frequency absorptions. There are differences in species. So we looked at cow hemoglobin and we looked at human hemoglobin, and they showed similar features, and there is a possible stimulated emission. I know this sounds like a technical term, but basically the hemoglobin was taking energy at low and at high energy, terahertz radiation, high energy, and spitting out at low energy. So it's kind of like an emitter. Now, there have been other work, Andrea Markels at the University of Buffalo with another protein called lysozyme that shows sharp resonances, not just those broad resonances. And they also show how those sharp resonances change if you bind the drug molecule. So they have some functional relevance. And in fact, Martin Karplus, this is another paper from Martin Karplus, my professor, showed that this molecular dynamics or these motions are important in protein function. So this is a heat map of motion of normal protein and a cancer protein. And you can see that the red is different, meaning their motional characteristics are different between the normal protein and the cancer proteins. I also did some studies with collaborators at Ohio State University using terahertz spectroscopy to look at tissues. This is cancer tissue, this is normal tissue, and there are differences on this spectrum. So in conclusion, terahertz interaction with proteins. It also interacts and can differentiate different tissues in the body. So we can use this for imaging, but we need new technologies. And so the future of medicine will be this interaction or overlap between surgical technology, biopharma, and energy-based methods. So lastly, I'll talk about some specific applications. And I'm not going to go through all of these. But the basic problem statement is, as I mentioned, we need new approaches to diagnosis and treatment. And this has actually started to be happening. We see new areas for electrified medicine. There's a Google spin-off treating disease by zapping nerves called Galvani Bioelectronics. And there's lots of research groups starting to develop around the world in this area. So what are the potential applications? Well, we could do cancer. These are microtubules, which are important in the cell division, and cancer is a disease of uncontrolled cell division. So those proteins, if we can interfere with them, not just pharmaceutically, not just with a drug, but electromagnetically, could be a universal cancer treatment. We talked about, obviously, the pandemic is very big, but if we have antibiotic resistance, we can have bacterial infections that can create pandemics. So can we create antibacterials on a electromagnetic basis? Alzheimer's disease, diabetic wound healing, and many more. As you know, SARS is COVID-2, causes COVID-19. It's a virus that has three parts, a nucleic acid, RNA in this middle, lipid membrane, and a spike protein. Now, can we detect this protein using this method? So as you know, people have been taking temperatures with a handheld thermal scanner. This is looking at motions of molecules, and the motion is related to temperature. But why don't we do a handheld COVID scanner that's not looking at general motion of molecules, but looking at the motion of specific protein molecules? And this is a research proposal that we submitted with some colleagues in Turkey that has a surface plasmon system that can detect specific proteins, and maybe in the future we can have a handheld COVID scanner. So some closing thoughts. Protein molecules are the machinery of life. They're the target of most drugs. They are not solid, but they're vibrating. We call that protein dynamics. And the proteins have charges, so we know that they can emit energy and they can absorb energy. So these proteins are like little radios, which can be detected and modulated. We call that protein electrodynamics. And this gives rise to an entirely new approach to diagnosis and therapy, which we call terahertz medicine. I've written actually a novel about this called Waves. You can find it on Amazon. And it explores not just the technical aspects, obviously, it's not a textbook. It explores the ethical and moral and social aspects of this technology. Because if you can modulate protein function for medical purposes, you can also modulate it for military functions. And I do know that there are certain agencies around there that go by various names that are actually researching the, let's say, not so good applications of this technology. So we need to develop a moral sense as well as a technical sense for the possibilities. So I've spoken all around the world, in America, in Europe, in Australia, and Asia, and now I can put India as one of my locations where I have spoken about this idea, and I appreciate that opportunity. Finally, I'll end with a quote from a famous physicist called Richard Feynman, also Nobel laureate. He wrote in his book, "Everything that living things do can be understood in terms of the jigglings and wigglings of atoms." And of course, I've kept in touch with Professor Karplus, who has been my inspiration. He was the founder of Protein Dynamics. And this is his celebration symposium where many of his students, including myself, gave short seminars. And I asked him, what would you suggest? He said, I would do the experiment on an enzyme. If it works, it would be significant. And in the beginning, technology isn't always pretty. That spectrum I showed you may not be very impressive, but it does show that there's possibilities. But of course, we start out very primitive. We can eventually reach the moon and even Mars. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I can be reached at ogangurel@gmail.com, and I welcome connection on LinkedIn. So please reach out, and happy to connect on LinkedIn. Thank you again.
May I request Ogan to turn off your presentation slide so that we can have your face on the screen?
What would you like me to do?
Just to stop sharing.
Just stop sharing, that's it.
Oh, yes, of course, stop sharing, right, yes.
Yeah, well, for your information, we actually had a great panel last year, and we have a council of medicine in our business ecosystem. So
yes,
yeah. So Dr. Michael Scott C. Tips, including Gregory Quinn, with lot many other scholars, including I think the Nobel Prize owner's son, 3 times Nobel Prize owner. They actually honored us, graced us to be in our council. And this is a very interesting subject that you are actually sharing. So probably it calls for maybe a couple of more activities that we are doing.
sure.
We need to share that in social media so that a lot of us know that what all we are doing. Well, coming back to that, we have got a question from social media. Whatever comes, I'm just reading it. So we
Yes, of course.
probably translate in our own way. Well, what is the situation of natural protein impacting the future of medicine? Do you recommend Ayurveda? That's a comment that came from social media.
Well, to be honest, I'm not, of course, I know about Ayurveda and alternative medicine. And, you know, I'm not, how should I say, but I'm not very knowledgeable about that. So I really cannot comment. But I will say one thing, that the work that I present is based on very hard science. It's essentially biophysics. And there's been a lot of discussion about energy medicine. And it's the same, not just in Ayurveda, but in Oriental medicine. And there's a concept called ki, or energy. And of course, some of those concepts are not well accepted by the scientific community. And for good reason, I think, because they're not necessarily very specific and easy to validate scientifically. But I do believe that there's some element behind this energy concept. And I think it's important to approach it scientifically and biophysically. And I'm speculating here, but I do believe that this electromagnetic spectrum phenomena that I shared with you, particularly around proteins, may be the biophysical basis, not of all of this energy-based medicine, but perhaps some of it. And I think it's worth exploring and seeing those connections to alternative medicine. But as I said at the outset to my answer to your question, I'm not intimately familiar with those fields, so I can't comment for sure, but I think there are some possibilities.
Rahul, you want to ask some question? You raised, man.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Good evening, sir. It was great speaking to your session. There was a lot to learn. So I wanted to know, like, the frequency chart that you had shown, there was this specific frequency range, which is at which the frequency at which all the biochemical reactions take place in a human body. So outside those frequency ranges, I can see the Wi-Fi signal frequency, the mobile signal frequency.
Yes.
My knowledge, they all lie outside that particular frequency spectrum. So how is it affecting our biochemical reactions inside our body when we are being exposed continuously to such spectrum frequencies?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rahul. So I will talk about, so the question is about basically the Wi-Fi spectrum, does it have some of these biochemical or biophysical effects? So let me back up and frame the question a little bit more broadly. So there are actually 2 types of radiation. There's ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is the high energy radiation such as X-rays, gamma rays, and to some extent, limited extent, ultraviolet rays. And these are the rays that cause cancer because they're ionizing. They actually cause atoms to lose their electrons. That's why they ionize. And that causes DNA damage, and they can cause cancer. The non-ionizing radiation, such as radio waves and light waves and infrared, which is equivalent to heat, non-ionizing radiation cannot cause cancer by this mechanism. So that's why they often say radio waves and obviously visible light, they're all safe. And I think that that is a valid statement. They're non-ionizing. But you're talking, and I think you're implying, not so much the ionizing thing, but whether there's a biochemical interaction, such as through influencing the proteins, not breaking up their atoms and causing mutations in DNA and so forth, but influencing their function. Is there an effect? And there's been a lot of studies and controversy, and I think largely speaking, the radio waves that we've been using for most applications are low enough energy that they really don't have any of these effects. But as you go up to 6G, from 5G to 6G, you start to get higher frequencies. Not that they're ionizing, they're still not ionizing. So that's out of the picture. They're not going to cause cancer through ionization, but they're getting to high enough frequencies that they can start to influence these protein vibrations more significantly. And I think that has not been fully explored, to be frank. And I will say another thing. Some of you might have heard of Havana syndrome, those attacks in the embassy in Havana on the US embassy personnel, and in other places too, in Moscow, etc. And they believe there's some sort of energy weapon, and they don't really know what it is. And I've read the non-classified versions of this in the studies. But my feeling is that those weapons are actually using this concept. They're not sound waves, but they're electromagnetic waves. It's a very primitive form of a military application of this concept. And that's why I wrote that book, Waves, as a piece of literature to serve as a warning and also to explore these, not just technical aspects, but the moral and social aspects of this technology. So that was a great question. We don't know exactly, but I think that as we get more and more higher frequencies like 6G, we need to study these potential effects.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your great reply.
Thank you, Rahul, for the question.
Kate, you have got a question?
Yes, Arjun. Hi, Dr. Organ. I see your bio. You went to Harvard.
Yes.
As you mentioned, physics. How familiar are you with quantum physics and the philosophy of the Dalai Lama? And are you aware of the quote by Albert Einstein? It says, "The whole of science is nothing more than the refinement of everyday thinking." I was quite interesting to hear you say that science don't sometimes agree with some of the other concepts. So if you're a true scientist, then don't you think that we all, as a scientist, ought to welcome all types of ideas to discern truth?
Well, yes. So as I said, I do believe that this concepts that I shared, which are based on hard science, and what I mean by hard science is the ability to do experiments and validate the concepts. I do believe that this particular topic may be overlapping or may have relevance or may be related to some of these energy-based traditional or ancient concepts, which in those days, in the ancient world, they didn't have the capability to look at protein motions and things like that. So they didn't have the biophysics. So as I said, I do think that there are some connections there. And I do believe, and I agree, that a true scientist should be open-minded to all sorts of different ideas. And I certainly subscribe to that. And when I say that many scientists don't agree, that's because not necessarily, some of them may be closed-minded, but the point is they don't agree because there are not necessarily hard experiments that can verify some of that. But what I think with this new idea is that we have a basis for some possible experiments that can evaluate the validity from a scientific perspective of these other concepts, and we need to be open to that. So I don't disagree, but I think that a scientist just accepting those ideas without scientifically validating them is not a good scientist either. You know, it's important to be open-minded, but not blindly accepting. Now, I should say something else. You can Google me and look for bioelectrode. And I actually published a paper with some colleagues. I didn't talk about it in the presentation. It's not related to proteins, by the way. But I published a paper on how if you take bioelectrodes and cover them with noble metals, and they have different electronic properties. I'm summarizing, it's a complex work. And that's a hard biophysics. But those, if you read between the lines, what that actually is a study about acupuncture, because those bioelectrodes are actually acupuncture needles. So what is the scientific basis of acupuncture? So I think it's very important to be open-minded. And at the same rate, we have to find innovative ways to actually test these ideas. That's called science.
Thanks, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you very much for all of your input today. It's been extremely interesting. I typed a message to Arijit in the back chat saying, what an interesting character. And it really, really was. It's so diverse. We're getting a lot of different kind of talks and presentations today. So it just makes the day a lot more interesting, and you're definitely up there on my radar. So I have sent you a LinkedIn request.
Oh, good. Yeah, please connect.
I look
we
forward
have
to
short time together, but we can continue.
I was about to say, I encourage everyone that's here today, everyone that's listening, connect with our speakers, connect with one another. We're creating that ecosystem. Arijit is the person to go to when you're looking at, you know, pitching and finding out more about what you can do with your business, how you can take it on to the next stage. And what we're trying to create, what we are creating rather, I'll take that trying out of it, is, you know, networking and networking with like minds and great minds from all around the world. So thank you again, Dr. Ogada. Most respectful to your time. We have got some speakers that have just come in from different parts of the world. So I want to welcome everyone that's here. I can see one of my very close friends here that I work with. I'll be introducing him shortly. But the next speaker we're going to go to is Dr. Sadrupo, is it? Is that how you pronounce it? I apologize if I said it incorrectly. Can you just tell me where you're coming in from today, whereabouts in the world you are?
Good evening, Nina. Am I audible?
You are. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. I am from the city of joy, Calcutta. The place where I belong from takes pride in the Karma Bhumi, or the place of work for 6 Nobel laureates.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you the mic, as we call it. You have 15 minutes to do your presentation. If you need to share a screen, please do. And we will eagerly be listening and waiting upon what you're going to share with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I am grateful to Arijit as well as Nina for helping me out with this opportunity as a host and a co-host of this World Leader Summit. Before I go ahead with my presentation topic is on, we have all the right to become a happy person as well as a person who is peaceful soul. So why I say all this? Whenever in my workshops, I crack jokes, I find there are a lot of people who are so stressed, they does not laugh. They even doesn't blink their eyes in wow. So I just tried to find out why they don't do that. So I talked with few people. They will always study my software and hardware, but still they won't laugh when I make some jokes. So I was talking to few people, and there are couples who actually are husbands and wives. And they told that we went into honeymoon, but when we came back, we were more exhausted than excited. And ultimately, we also found that they really had kids. And then they were more and more anxious about rearing up the kids, thinking about their future quite well in advance. So there are people who actually lived in the past more or in the future more, much less in the present. So I am going to talk about something which relates to keeping yourself happy and keeping yourself peaceful along with other people whom you interact with. So just let me share my presentation. While I do that, right. So is it visible? The slide shorter, now the first slide comes in. Is it visible, Dina ma'am?
It's visible, thank you.
Right? Here's the topic. Is it visible?
It's visible, yes. Right to be, it says.
Right to be happy and a peaceful soul. So what I'll be doing is, hello herds out here. It's me, Shudipto, and I would love to be friends with people who are happy and peaceful souls. And there's my mail ID. You can always connect with me for anecdotes, for stories, and for things which you can always practice to become a peaceful and a happy soul. So here I continue with whatever I want to say. It's golden nuggets for the soul. And what I will be doing is, we should have few stories in this session. Basis of life should be wonderment. So that wow factor. So few things, I will be very specific because myself being an entrepreneur, having gone to do some postdoc in Stanford and London Business School on entrepreneurship, representing my country too as an entrepreneurship expert, I always found that risk taking is something which differentiates between human beings. Whether they find peace, whether they find happiness in taking risks, and even if they don't get rewards, whether they still go on taking risks. So this is something which I always understand and try to mentor my small startups, that risk means basically pushing the envelope where others take the most comfortable route. So when I say all this, I will just, I'll just play a video out here. Sorry, this got gobbled. I am really sorry for this. Just 1 minute. Yes. Okay, I'll try to play a video to show you what I wanted to say. So here's a storyline of a firefighter. Is the sound approaching you? May I get a feedback? Is the sound approaching you?
No, we can't.
Not really?
No.
Not really?
No sound.
Oh, just 1 minute. Let me share it properly. I'll share it just on the screen itself. It's approaching. I guess it's not there. You can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
No?
Mm. Could you move on with it without the sound? Is that possible? If you read it to us? Thank you for your patience, everyone, while Dr.
Yes, here it comes. I'll do it.
Fantastic.
Because I have changed the setting of the sound, it's not going to you in a smoky environment. Now she calls out, help me, I cannot stand up, please. So what happens? Eric is trying as an informal leader who is fighting the fire in that department. He's trying to help that lady out. So she can't guide Eric actually and the team which Eric leads, where actually she's located. So Eric keeps on trying to understand what's the address of the lady. So finally, he started pleading, may I know your name so that they can browse over the database to find out. And this lady is an amnesia patient and she forgets her name. So I think I was hit on the head, and she says I lost my memory. So Eric then did all the available options at his disposal, trying to locate the address. He kept on asking, can you check the contacts on your phone and other things? Maybe the home number is saved. So finally, there are no numbers saved. What I am going to do, the lady starts crying again. And with desperation, she puts up pressure on Eric and his team to reach as fast as possible to rescue. So now he tries to understand the surroundings. Where it is, where is the room, where is the apartment. So she gives some clues. So here it comes, the rectangular window identifies and how narrowed down the location to where she might be. So Eric now starts sending out signals, try not to move and keep the room airy. We are coming to get you. So this kept on assuring the lady so that she does not lose out on the Just for Life. So Eric called his captain, it's the boss in the loop, and asked for sending all the fire trucks at disposal. The captain was not too much with Eric. Please try to understand, at times in life we find that we go ahead where the boss or the leader of a group does not support us. So 15 fire trucks were dispatched across every corner. And finally, Eric remained on the phone with the injured woman, trying to find out what is the status of her desperate state. He couldn't answer, but Eric also could hear her breathe. So 5 minutes later, what happened? He heard a siren through the telephone. Please understand, the sound wave started coming to Eric, and he commanded each one of the fire truckers to turn off their siren. The siren was blaring right under the truck number 12. It was closest to the door. He told the truck driver to run its siren back on and follow the instructions. So finally, they are narrowing down on the spot where they have to initiate the rescue operation. So this was a mission critical adventure, and when people are under stress, people are trying to live on with life, we see that how much at restless condition they are, and makes others too. But ultimately, it's a celebration of life starts happening. Now the plan started working. So they broke the door and found the woman barely breathing. They carried the woman to the nearest hospital and reached there just in time. She made a full recovery within 2 weeks. So what was so satisfying? We refused to give up here. They even moved the mountains. Informal leadership, where the boss even was not with the follower or the subordinate. The leadership instinct within the subordinate or the follower took over. And in an impossible situation, they made things possible. What we gained out of this? Enormous satisfaction and the peace that we have saved a soul in spite of a lot of odds. So these are life stories basically, and we do understand that how these things keeps on motivating us at times. So let me get back to the slide which I was sharing with you. Here it comes. So we talked about risks. Now something happens. Where's the opportunity? When you want to convert risks into rewards. So you start from scratch. You have nothing else to lose. So it's fantastic to think of zero. Zero is having nothing to lose, but they can create a lot of value when they are put on the right side of any number. We would all understand this. But a misplacement of zero on the left creates all the problems that it didn't work at all. So when we have insecurities or manufactured fears within our own self, we lose the track to make our dreams come true. So at times we have unnecessary fears and insecurities built within us when we carry a lot of baggages. Now, what is this baggage all about? I'll tell you of a brief story. Two priests were walking towards the church, and on the middle came a river. So both of the priests saw that there is a girl, a teenage girl with a small basket of flowers in her hand, also wants to go to the church and trying to cross that shallow river. Every time she was trying to do, her heavy fall of that Elizabethan era belt skirt was dropping down on the waters. So one priest came forward and told, "Can I help you?" So the girl told, "Yes, brother, please help me." So he took that girl on his shoulders and just crossed over the river and dropped the girl on the other side of the river. And all three of them started walking towards the church. As they approached the church, the priest who didn't help the girl told that, "Brother, today you can't enter the church." Why? The answer came, "Today you touched a virgin girl." So immediately the father who helped, he told that, "I carried her 1 hour back. Why you are still carrying her?" So it is something to do with the baggage which we carry, and we always try to relate more with the past, living in the past more, and our insecurities becomes more and more and more. So living in the present, thinking about how another door opens when opportunity knocks is very important. Coming to the next and almost the last part of my presentation, insulating oneself from failure does not ensure success. An escape route is not the way to live. So there will always be a tomorrow, and we should always try to make it a better tomorrow, no matter how tired today we feel. This is very important because today when we find we are just out of Corona, right? And at one point of time, India understood that we have to live and we have to let live others also, because we are living in an interdependent world. I'll tell you, at one point of time, India used to import best of the drugs from United States of America or even from Europe or European nations, so to say. But this time during COVID, we understood that we helped the world and we were doing it successfully for quite some period of time. There are a lot of criticisms within the country that when people in India are dying, why we are helping out the world. And the best part is the world also kept on helping us with ventilators, with a lot of life-saving devices. So it's very important to understand that in this interdependent world, we are not bound in a small time frame where we might fail today, but in the next time frame, we will be successful, and our success will be transmitted to others to make themselves also successful. So it is very important for us to understand this, that success is also transient like failures, and every time the rules of the game keeps on changing. So 99% of us feel we are unequal, right? Some of us are privileged with our luck, with our upbringing, with our affluence, and definitely luck and inequality are two sides of the same coin. So when we throw away the coin and we walk away, we don't want it anymore. We start building on our dreams. So definitely philosophies are very important. But one thing, I'm just going to make a comment which might be quite controversial, but controversies at times churns our mind more. So I always think the worst thing invented by mankind is religion, because religion has separated us more. Religion itself has been divided within itself. Any religion you see, there are so much faiths and beliefs within the religion. And ultimately, it should be spirituality where we try to find the infinite in the finite form. So whenever we try to decipher what religion stands for, all religion speaks about peace. Remain in harmony with nature. Remain in happiness with nature. I have worked with the tribals in India. You know, tribals doesn't have that many gods and goddesses. They go to a coconut tree and pray in front of that coconut tree. Or they go in front of a banana plant and go and pray before that plant. Perfect sustainable model to coexist with nature.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bachara. I'm going to have to stop you there.
Right, thank you.
I know you had some technical issues. We had them all day yesterday, so I know what they're like and they're not in our control. But what a lovely talk you gave. And I'm going to send you some love and likes. I'm very much in alignment with what you're talking about. I'm the queen of controversy. So when it comes down to that, I know how it works. And sometimes we have to push those buttons to get people to actually see there's another opinion. We won't have time for questions, unfortunately, but maybe if you hang around, we can come back to that too. So Kate just said that controversy is one tool for leadership, according to one school of thought. So good. So yes, I agree with that too, Kate. So if I could ask you to stop sharing your screen, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. We're trying to stick to the timing. It always doesn't work that way, but we do try our best. And the next speaker is extremely important, as everyone is, but I work with this person. He represents all the single dads out there. And a lot of people think I'm a feminist, but I really am not. I believe that everybody is deserving of the basic human rights. And I do work with Nathan Wilson, who's representing in the UK and England. And his message is extremely, extremely important. And often, you know, as a single mum myself, we get a lot more attention and support than single dads do. So I'd love you just to be open again with another controversial person, I guess, and just listen and, you know, see what you can do. But Nathan, I'm handing over to you for 15 minutes. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Nina. Hello, everyone. Just to let you know, I'm having real technical difficulties today, so I'm going to have to stop sharing my camera so I can share my screen. Otherwise, it's going to just mess everything up, if you don't mind. So, can everyone see that?
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Perfect. So, today, I just want to touch on the effects that it has on dads and children after contact fails following a separation. So there are 2.4 million separated families in Great Britain alone, and 90% of the children primarily live with the mother. So who am I? So I am Nathan Wilson, the founder and CEO of Dad's Advocates. And if you were with me in Christmas of 2016, you would have found me fleeing an incredibly abusive relationship with my 2 toddler children. So I arrived at my mother's home, having dropped down to 7 stone from 14 stone after a year and a half of financial, psychological, and emotional abuse. The belittling of myself, the mind games, financial abuse, threats of false allegations, gaslighting. I had nowhere to turn. I'd already been isolated and turned against my family, but I genuinely felt if I didn't leave at that moment in time, I would die and my children would have to fend for themselves. I'd been at my parents' house and within a few hours, the police turned up at my door and demanded I return the children back to their mother or face arrest. I was threatened I would never see my children again. My ex had messaged me telling me if I didn't return the children, she would accuse me of domestic abuse and even rape. I returned the children and instructed by the police, and I sunk further into depression and suicidal thoughts. For the next few months, the only way I could see my children was to pay a significant amount of money to the children's mother. But I was one of the rare fathers that actually received some help. So I was diagnosed with PTSD, and I gained the strength to take control back and apply to the family court. Almost immediately, I was accused in the family court of rape and domestic abuse, as the ex had already stated. Yet there was no reports from the police to say that this had ever happened. And in actual fact, I reported the accusations to the police beforehand. So the police actually went and asked my ex for dates and times of the allegations. And once it was all investigated, they found that I was sometimes to be hundreds of miles away, and we used CCTV to prove this. And from the day I left, I never ever stood foot back into her house. So the police helped me gain a non-molestation order and gave the evidence to the family court to prove that these allegations were false. And I realised that this doesn't usually happen to most fathers who have these allegations hanging over them for the rest of their lives. Eventually, I gained full custody of my children. So 6 years on from that, and after helping hundreds of dads online and in person around my full-time job, I finally made it official. I started Dad's Advocates. So as an adult, separating is one of the most difficult times you could ever go through. But what about the children involved in the separation? As adults, we have a fully developed mind, but the children don't have the luxury of understanding what's happening. So immediately, it is going to be extremely unhappy for the children. They want their parents to stay together. And for the immediate onset, this will cause behaviour problems. So their identity of life as they know it will be gone. Parents moving away, family and friends taking sides, family holidays, activities are gone. Their identity that they've ever known have completely been stripped away from them. The children feel guilt. Is it their fault that the parents just split up? Could they behave better? Was it something they'd done? They just don't understand that it's not about the children. So, and they can feel angry at both parents, but especially the one that's left, and that's usually the dad. They fear what's going on, what's happening at the time, and they fear that even the other parent might end up leaving them as well. So they're torn between both parents, both family sides, so the extended family, and they're confused about all the changes. Life as they know it. Have they had to move schools? Have they had to move from their family home? And they feel insecure. That the loss of their life as they knew it, and this in turn can cause regression in life. But what about the impact on dads? So they feel the guilt as well. The failure. they feel failure that causing the pain to their children. They start to feel grief. The grief is a loss of relationship with their ex-partner, of loss of relationship with their child, as they know it, as they are no longer a present father. There's no official school rules, and they won't be able to do the school runs anymore. Waking up daily without seeing the children, or even putting the children to bed. They're grieving all of this. It's a punishment. So in a lot of cases, the children are weaponized, making it as difficult as possible for dads to see their children and keep the relationship going. They no longer have family support around them, as the extended family might have to side with the ex-partner just so that they can see the children. And feeling inadequate and cast out by family and the legal system. But what about the lasting effects? So research actually shows that with an active father figure, they have less behaviour problems than those that live solely with their mother. A study also shows that a lack of a father who is physically and psychologically involved in their children's life, it can increase the risk of derogatory actions such as smoking, drugs, poor communication skills, and even crime. A missing father can also greatly impact the children's academic achievements, as like we said earlier on, they start to regress. So here at Dad's Advocates, we have 3 pillars. We challenge the attitude, barriers, and gender inequalities for dads. So the first pillar is dads. So we help dads to create safe, consistent, and meaningful relationships with their children by reducing the parental conflict, creating a workable co-parenting strategy, if required, guiding dads through the court process. So the second one is children. We protect the children's rights by instilling a child-focused approach to co-parenting, reducing the high conflict that can come in turn with the separation. And society, the third pillar. So we campaign to change the legislation, policies, and attitudes facing dads, challenging stereotypes and breaking down society's barriers to meaningful fatherhood. And this brings us on to our project for 2023. So we aim to create an educational program, not just nationwide, but worldwide, for professionals such as social workers, health visitors, teachers, medical staff, and support workers, and how to encourage equal rights for dads and understand the rights of the child to be present relationship with both parents. The program will provide them with knowledge to recognize parental alienation and the skills to protect children and the dads from the devastating effects. We'll run these programs in schools, nurseries, hospitals, local authorities, and conferences in person and online. Honestly, thank you for your time today. Let me come back off. Thank you for your time today. If you want to hear anything else about what's going on, if you would like help, if you would like to get in contact and help us in any way, shape or form, you can do that by reaching out at www.dadsadvocates.com and emailing at info@dadsadvocates.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. I know it's emotional. I know it's difficult because it's a real journey that you've been on. And I know from my own experiences how hard it is sometimes to talk about your own experiences, because it's a case of who's going to believe me and who's going to support me. But you're making a huge difference now. I'm supporting you 100%, as I am sure people that are watching and people on this and the World Leaders Summit are with you. As Arijit said in the chat, you're not alone. We are with you. With regards to other single dads out there, how can they contact you? Can you give them the details of how they can contact you? Take a deep breath. I'm so proud of you, Nathan. You're like my little brother. I'm so proud of the fathers that want to be part of their children's lives and fight for it. And it's okay to be emotional because we're all human beings, and all I can do is give you my love right now. You must know that with the World Leaders Summit, we have a newsletter, we have blogs, we have a reach of 2.5 million people that are registered on our followers, so to speak. So our scope is huge, and there's going to be dads out there themselves that maybe need your help too, that haven't been brave enough to speak out, but you're giving them somewhere to go. You're giving them someone who understands. We have videos and we have all sorts of things that can help you move forward too. So we'd love to stay connected with you, but please tell the audience, tell the people on the panel how they can help you, if somebody needs help, who they should go to. Please,
yeah, so if anyone needs help, obviously we've got all the socials, we've got the Facebook, we've got the Instagram, we've got the TikTok, and it's such a simple handle. It's at Dad's Advocates. There's a lot of videos that because we like to promote how you can help yourself as well. So there's a lot of interesting educational videos on them socials, and they're manned by myself and my team. Obviously we've got the website, it's dadsadvocates.com. We've started our own community on there, workshops, courses to go through to help you through the process. We've got therapists on there that can help out. Obviously we run as a solely not-for-profit. We are hoping to be a full charity by the end of the year, so donations are always helpful so we can get these projects out there, so I can just tour up and down the UK and come worldwide. I've been invited over to America. I've done some work with dads in New York to try and pass a bill for 50-50 parenting in New York. I had a phone call with someone in Pakistan last week, Canada. So, we're reaching all over the world. And all we want, and it's not just about parents' rights, it's the rights of the children, because it's their right to have contact with both parents. And as long as it's safe and meaningful, that's all we hope for. Just reach out, send everyone to us, help donate just so we can get some projects going. If you know of anyone that needs any help, or if you could help in any way, then obviously reach out. We'd love to have as many people on board and as much support as possible.
Thank you, Nathan. I would love to tell you something. Don't hide tears. As a society, we have been taught that as a men, we shouldn't cry in front of people. That's a complete bad information we have got. If you go towards life, I'm so sorry to take the mic, and I'm really touched. At least you are talking from heart. You're sharing something which is probably unspoken. Millions of people are probably facing this issue. I know in person a couple of men who are actually facing the same. And the impact is on the kids, not only to the men. And to be very, very honest, we'll be more than happy, as Nina said, we'll be more than happy to share anything, everything that you want to share us. Just send us a mail. We'll be more than happy to share that utilizing the newsletter of ours. Sharing story wouldn't... I'm so sorry. Someone became really, really excited to turn on their microphone, probably a kid along with someone. Anyway, now coming back to the point, when you're fighting against complete odd things, I'm really happy that you are getting emails or maybe contacted from Canada, Pakistan. You have people on board who are maybe helping them with some psychological information, inputs, doctors. What I personally feel, just as an input, what I personally feel, you should come up with many stories like this. We don't hear such kind of stories. These are probably unspoken things which male cannot share. And what I have learned so far in my life, Nathan, I learned to, still I'm learning. I'm learned to become like water. You know the property of water. Property of water is not only that they can take any shape. No. Property of water is actually giving the right kind of reflection. If you look at water, it will give you the exact reflection of yourself, right? It's usually calm, quiet, People don't realize that without water, they can't live unless they are thirsty, and they need water, right? So water is always neglected as an element, even though if you need to take a bath, you need water. If you want to drink, you need water. Eventually, if you feel that you want to make an impact, you need to create that kind of ripple effect. So be powerful, be strong. And if you need to cry, cry, man. Who is asking you not to cry? That's perfectly fine. That's releasing your stress. And in time, if you are becoming water, try to become a tsunami. No one can save them. Yeah, not even the fire. Over to you, Nina. We got a lot of comments from social media, which is probably not questions, but definitely a lot of people were encouraging you. I guess they are your friends. Steve, he's saying that Nathan Wilson has helped me so much. That's amazing. Another person, be power and be strong dads. Oh my God. Stephanie, she's saying that you are incredible. So
he is incredible. He's my little brother. Thing is, Arijit knows me very well, Nathan. I knew Arijit before I met you. He knows I'm very heart-centered. He knows that, you know, I come from a place of love. And when we first spoke, you know, I really got it. And some of my clients who are men, you know, the UFC fighters, boxers, they have struggled because their relative partner, wife, fiance, whatever the case may be, girlfriend, uses the children sometimes as a bit of a tool against them. And that really hurts the children, as Arijit said, but it hurts the father, as you said. So it's very important that we listen to single dads too, especially when they want to play a part in the child's life. I respect you and love you, and we're always here to help you. So thank you for sharing. And anybody that needs Nathan's details, just take his name down. You'll find him on LinkedIn. You'll find him on social medias. Please connect, and it's a worthwhile non-profit to donate to. You are a charity at the moment. You're a community. How does it go? Community?
It's a community interest company. And then we've just put in the application to become a full charity. So we're at that stage now where we can go full charity.
I'm sure that will come through. But thank you again for being here with us today. And if you want to hang around and listen, that would be great. If you have questions for any speakers, if you have to dash off, then please, you know, do. But we as I said, we're all really happy to have you here. Right. Thank you so much, Nathan. I'm going to go on to the next speaker, but I've been trying to call out speakers because I've got this huge list, but I can't see anybody. So if you are a speaker, if you could unmute and just let me know that you're here.
In the meantime, as an audience, if you have joined us, if you can introduce yourself, maybe just unmute yourself, raise your hand, and just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to actually introduce somebody that's here that's extremely interesting. He will be a speaker on our next summit, and that's Ortega. Ortega, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's nice being here.
I'd love for you just to introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do, because you are an extremely, how can I put it, motivating and inspiring person. Often Ortega misses out some of the key things about him, but he's a student studying to do medicine, so he's going to be a doctor shortly. But he supports his own studies, and that's how I met him, because he contacted me with a very, very clever idea. And I'll let you talk about it, Ortega.
Yeah, I really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Ortega Ogomigo. I'm a medical student in finance, and I'm a Nigerian. Let's say I'm about 4 months to go to becoming a medical doctor. Yeah, so and then I'm a direct response copywriter and a sales funnel builder. What it means is I help to change a typical website into a 24/7, 365-day sales funnel or salesperson, where it gets to sell for one, even passively, where they get to make more money instead of the usual way where every year, every website owner gets to renew the domain and hosting platform. But in the case of making a website a sales funnel or a typical pro salesperson, it makes one more money. And I like anything about business, and I'm so obsessed about helping coaches, helping entrepreneurs and business owners scale. And in the past, I've also been able to work with some impressive people. So far, I would say it's nice being here, and I really learned a lot from the previous speaker. I was with my book and pen jotting some things. Yeah, it's interesting, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
No worries, Ortega. I think we'll have Ortega on another time because he needs to, I think, use his screen to show what he really does. But he's a very interesting young man that I've met online. He's in Nigeria, I'm in London, but we'd connected straight away. If there's anybody here that's come to listen, if you have any questions, if you want to raise your hand while we're waiting for the next speakers to come in, please do.
We are actually waiting for the next speaker. He's facing some difficulty. Allow us.
Okay. Well, while we wait, it's been an amazing day so far. We've had some brilliant speakers, as you can all tell. Nathan touched everyone's hearts because he comes from such a genuine place. I'm just going to let some people in now that I think will be talking. But for those of you who don't know me, I am Nina Olk. I'm the World Leaders Summit UK representative, their ambassador. And I am also an activist speaking out about honor killings and human trafficking. Like Arijit, I am a TEDx speaker, an author, and generally love helping other people. So we're here now. I know we have Sim Consultancy. Are you a speaker? Can I just confirm, because I've not got your name there?
I guess that's Robert. Yeah.
Hi, Robert. Robert, can you hear me? I know there's a lot of technical issues going on, and if I could have a solution for those technical issues, I'd be a rich woman by now. Laws of the land, as they say. We're just waiting for Robert to hopefully come on and speak to us. And in the meantime, if anybody else has any questions, they can raise their hands or ask in the chat. Robert, if you can hear me, please let me know.
I guess Rahul can go because he faced the same situation in his life.
Fantastic. Would you like to speak, Rahul?
Hello, ma'am.
Meanwhile, Robert, if you can check your mic and your network, and we'll have you after Rahul. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello, everyone. It's great to be a part of WLS, and I've been following all the seminars for the past 2 days, and it's been a great learning experience. And I'm so happy that Arijit sir gave me a chance to speak as well. So, yeah, so men's health. So, yeah, I have faced a lot in the past 3 to 4 years, and my only learning in these past 4 years that whatever difficult times we face are actually the biggest learning experiences of our life. So we should not shy away from them, because the more we suffer, the more we grow. And that is the only time when we are actually willing to grow and willing to learn new things. So suffering and pain, be it for males, be it for females, it is the biggest challenge that we undergo to improve ourselves as a human being. So it's as important as anything else in our life. So we should not be, sad or apprehensive about facing difficult times. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Thanks so much for sharing that, Rahul. Robert, are you ready to start your speech or presentation?
Yeah, great. I'm here. I'm connected. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you just start by telling us which country you're speaking from? Because we are worldwide right now with the World Leaders Summit.
Yes, sure. I am speaking from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm happy to be here.
I'm going to give you 15 minutes just to do your presentation, and can't wait to hear what you're talking about.
All right. Do you want me to start now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry?
Yes, if you could start now, that would be amazing. Thank you.
All right, great. All right. Well, hello to everyone. I know you're joining from so many different parts of the world. So good morning, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you're joining from. I'm very honored to be here. My name is Robert Bell. I am a TED transformational speaker. I am an accountant. I am CEO of SMIP Consultancy, and I work with small businesses to help them avoid failure. So today, in my brief slot, I'll be talking about how to use creativity just to grow a small business. Now, that's a very big topic to discuss in 15 minutes, but we can take one take home away from it. I'll tell you this. When I think about a small business, we think about a startup. We think about a young business. You don't have to be young to have a young business. You can be old and have a young business. I liken it like a business owner who has a dream of building a hotel. They go, they purchase a piece of land, they get an architect to map out the layout of the hotel. They have a great idea of the services they'll offer. They even get a 3D model. In today's world, you get a 3D model and you walk through the halls of the hotel. You picture your customer journey, your customer experience. You can just see the smiles on the faces of the customers as they'll be coming to your place of accommodation and all the amenities you provide. And then you begin the journey. And then you realize that you have to work with so many people and you have to learn so many things as you go along in building this hotel. You realize that some contractors that you hire steal some of your material. Some of the people you engaged cut some corners and the design isn't quite working out as you expected, but you brave through it. You put in more money, you put in more time, and you finally get your hotel up and running. And in come the first customer, in comes the second customer, and you're excited. You're elated. You're proving your concept. The only thing you can think about in your head is telling everyone who told you this wouldn't work that I told you so. Then after probably about a month or so, things change. You wake up one night to the sound that a fire has broken out in the hotel. You had never really thought about how to deal with a fire. And while it might seem obvious that when your hotel is on fire, the first thing you should do is avoid the fire or try to extinguish it, at least the parts that can be contained. But somehow your brain just doesn't work like that. All you can see, all you can experience is panic and anxiety. You panic and you find yourself just sitting there, looking and watching your hotel burn down to ashes, all your hopes and dreams. Well, this is where some coaching and some support comes into play. That all along when you're building your hotel, you never really saw the value or the input of having someone to talk to, someone to guide you, someone to help you along the way. And as small business owners, when you have a small business, it tends to work like that. You have a great plan, a great idea, and you're excited to get it out. But somewhere along the line, some fires start to break out and it discourages you. It puts you down. It demotivates you. Now, I didn't introduce the full part of myself at the start of my presentation, but I'm a hopeless dreamer. And I work to help dreamers to awake from their slumber. You know, the sad thing with reality is that many of us are alive, but we're not awake. We're not awake that our dreams are valid. We're not awake that our dreams actually have meaning. We're not awake of all the challenges you'll face in turning your dream to reality. So that's what I do. I help to awaken people from their slumber so that they can rise with power. In my first book, Blow the Lid Off, Reclaim Your Stolen Creativity, I talked about the difference between a real world and a dream world. And when you have a small business, your goal is to try to reduce the gap between this dream world that you have, this dream that you have that you want to serve your clients, your customers, and bring it out into the real world. But it doesn't translate as easily as you expect it. When you're growing a business, the thing that is happening is that you are also growing. So in our presentation today, that's all I want to focus on, is growing you as the small business owner, not necessarily the nuts and bolts. In my work, I work with what I call the hardware of a business, which are the nuts and bolts, the marketing, the strategy, the operations, the finance. But I also work on the software of a business, which is the mindset of the business owner, which is your mindset. Looking back at our illustration of the hotel, oftentimes when we have our big dream, we fail to see where our dreams can be damaged. One of the best ways to make something succeed is not asking how can it succeed, is by focusing on what can make this not succeed. What are the biggest threats to my dreams? And just do the opposite of that. If the biggest threat to my dream is not anticipating things, then all I need to do is anticipate things. And this is how creativity comes into play, because creativity is not just about art or music. It's about connecting dots. It's about bringing to reality something that is useful and something that is new. And when you're running a small business, you want to ensure that your dream is not just selfish. You want to ensure that your dream makes sense to your customer's dream. One of the major failure reasons for a small business is what we call product market fit. You have a great idea, it's great, but it's not necessarily useful to the customers or clients you're targeting. Or maybe you're not even targeting anyone. You have this grandiose thought that your idea will serve everyone, and it doesn't work that way. In a small business, you need to generate traction. If you're a big business, you can launch a new product and all your existing customers may just buy it, whether it makes sense to them or not, because you have that brand equity. But in a growing business, you have to put in the hard work. You need to understand your customer's dream. So your dream needs to align with your customer's dream. You know, I hear people say that you should sell your dream to your team, sell your dream to your customers. You can't really sell a dream, because what are people paying? What are people giving in exchange for it? What you want to do is present the dream that people have and just package it in a different way. And one of the best ways to do that by using creativity is through interviews, research, survey with your target audience, learn your target audience. Experts say develop an avatar. Know what your target audience likes, what your target audience thinks, dreams, sleeps, feels, so that when you're building that hotel, you're building it with them in mind. All right, sounds great. Some of you may be like, but I've already built my hotel and it doesn't really align. What should I do? Should I tear it down? Well, this is where creativity comes in again. Creativity connects dots that are unusual. How can you use what you have to get what you want? You might be able to bridge with something that's really unexpected. Oftentimes when we have a small business, we are trying to deliver and promise everything that the market requires. And that doesn't really work. Focus on one thing. When I coach people, I tell people all the time, it's not about trying to do 100% one time. As a small business, you want to attend the training and implement something 100%. Get it right the first time. Go, move, grow, because you're on a growth trajectory. You know, you want everything to grow. But ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining from, this applies everywhere in the world, every culture, every country, every currency. It's not about trying to do 100% once. It's about doing 1% 100 times. That's what creativity is about. It's about adopting. It's about pivoting. Because the idea you have in your mind may not fully translate with the reality. It may not fully translate or 100% translate, but how can you keep making 1% improvement, 1% improvement? And that's the mantra of my life. The mantra of my life is continuous improvement. I sum it up in an acronym called MAMI, M-A-M-I, which stands for minor adjustments that give you major improvements. Today, if you're growing a small business, just ask yourself that question. What's one minor adjustment I can make that will give me a major improvement? One simple. Every day, keep asking yourself, what's one small thing that I can change? Make an extra phone call, read an extra piece of research, make an extra offer, make an extra sales call, speak to an investor. Just one thing. Don't try to do every single thing. Just try to do one, keep doing it 1% over and over and over. In essence, what I'm saying is this, right? Quality is always better than quantity, but you can't have quality without quantity, because quantity begets quality. The more you do something with intention, that is, and with the right correction, is the better you become at it. Oh, when Zoom first started, when COVID hit, quite a number of us were struggling. How do I unmute myself? Can you hear me? Where's the connection? But the more you did it, is the better you became. It became muscle memory. And so too with a small business. That's what creativity demands. Creativity demands you to keep making continuous improvement, one step at a time. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if your hotel may be on fire, maybe it has burned down to the ashes. Maybe your mindset is at a point that you've seen some people's hotels burn down and you're scared, you're worried. How can you rise up from those ashes? Tap into your creativity. Dream again. Be awake. As I said at the top, many of us are alive, but we're not awake. Awaken yourself to what's happening around you, but also awaken yourself to what's happening within you. Because creativity is an identity extractor. Every single idea you have is trying to reveal a piece of your identity. If you're running a small business, and this applies even to your own personal growth, personal development, Every idea you have is pointing towards something in your identity. Don't deny it. Don't let fear stranglehold you. Courage is what you need. Because as I say, bravery must come before mastery. Many people ask me, how do I get the confidence to take that step of faith and grow my business? You don't need confidence, because confidence comes when you've mastered something. What you first need is courage. Courage begets quantity, and quantity begets quality, which begets confidence. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope from today you will be able to just tap into your creativity to help grow your business, the creativity of your mindset, bring out your ideas, embrace failure, keep growing, and you will make it.
Robert, beautiful presentation. Just a quick question from my part. When you're talking about creativity is not that easy to bring out. So if you are just a very simple, silly question, maybe it looks like. Just before you, a dad spoken, right? And another dad was actually trying to share something. I know that he tried to hide his emotions as well. But when you're raising kids, what is your suggestion? How to give them creativity? A. B. The next part of the question is when they're grown big, maybe adult. That time, if you feel that you want to give a little bit of creativity enhanced, how do you suggest? What should be the best way?
That's a great question. Start with your first one. I'm also a dad. And I wrote about this in my book on creativity, my first book, about how I examined that. So I came across research that shows when it comes to creativity, it's not something that we learn to do. It's something we unlearn to do. Being creative is a natural functioning of our human brains, coming up with ideas. And when we say natural, it doesn't just happen, obviously. You have to create a conducive environment. Whenever I do coaching and speaking on creativity, it's not about do 1, 2, 3 and you become creative. It's about setting the right environment. And one of the keys of getting a right environment is safety. You have to feel safe that you will not be ridiculed for your ideas. And with children, that's the main thing, giving them a place of safety. They have to have some element of trust that whatever they say will not be used against them and they can build upon it. If you observe 5-year-old children in a classroom, when one person gives an idea, they build up on each other and build up on each other. No one says, oh, that's dumb or that's whatever. So the third thing is comparison, removing comparison. To get creativity out, you have to allow new thinking. It's not even thinking outside the box. It's just thinking. It's just putting things down and looking for connection between the different items. And that's how you spur creativity. And I do that even with my own children. I gave some examples in the book on how I do that, on just allowing them a space to think, a space to breathe, a space that they have trust. Actually, even neuroscience tells us that sleeping is one of the best things to help generate creativity because it allows our neurons to rest and come up with ideas. I know it might sound difficult, and your question is very good because I'm an accountant. So I asked myself that question: how can an accountant be creative? And that's where the identity, trying to connect your creativity to identity, because the thing that separates us from each other is our ideas. That's it. It's our thinking. Now, when the children become older, as I said earlier, creativity is not something we learn to do. It's something that we're taught to unlearn how to do it, to standardize ourselves, to copy each other. So as people become older, helping them to reclaim the creativity is to going back to where they lost it. Why do you not feel like sharing your ideas? What has happened? Do you remember a time when you shared your ideas? What were you thinking? Or what has happened along the way? Have you become entrapped by all the routines of life? And that's what I was talking about, the real world and the dream world. The real world is very ritualistic. The real world is like this table right in front of you. It's real, it's static, it's there, it will not move. But the dream world really looks at the table like, can the table get a different form, a different fashion? And that's what I was saying in my presentation, that many of us are alive, but we're not awake. So when you become older, when children become older and you want them to continue to be creative, let them become awake. Awaken them by exposing them to different environments, to new thinking, to new learning, read widely, interact with different people, attend World Leaders Summit, because you'll hear ideas from all over the world that will spark something in your head.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I guess we got one question from social media. Nina, am I allowed to ask this?
Yeah, let's go.
Super. Robert, what is the present situation in your country when we are talking about improvising the youth as a power? I guess Africa is a very young country at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. When we talk about youth, over 70% of the population in Kenya specifically are below the ages of 35. Across Africa, it drops down to about 65%. And so it's a very critical question. And what is being done to sharpen the minds or prepare the youth for growth and enterprise, etc. And creativity is it. Giving them a space to rethink. There's some research that shows that 65% of children in primary school or elementary school will do a job today, will do a job in the future that doesn't exist today. So how the young people are positioning themselves is by exposing them to the skills of the future. Things like Web3, NFTs, blockchain. That's what's happening heavily right now across Africa and within Kenya particularly. Looking at payment gateways, using cryptos as payment options. Those are things that young people are tapping into heavily. So fintech, exposing them to emerging technologies, doing exchange programs. This is how the youth are really growing, in my opinion, across Africa. Not necessarily looking for them for jobs, but being project specific and looking for solutions. What I'm very happy about is if you take a sample across Africa, particularly Kenya, like young people are looking at the problems in society and coming up with solutions to those problems. So they're not going to study chemistry for the sake of studying chemistry, but they're looking at a problem in the environment and seeing how can my study of chemistry use it. So for me, I sum it up as creativity, being creative, allowing them to think, allowing them to explore, and not holding them to traditional professions.
Brilliant. Robert, as an academy that I started long back in 98, we started training people online long back when even people never ever thought that online education is possible. It was probably 2007 when we started giving training. Japan became the initial days. Japan became our student. We started giving training to kids over there. Eventually, we got candidates from Europe, and eventually we entered into Africa. And you're talking right. When we are giving training on technology, for an example, we are training on virtual reality, game development, blockchain. Web 3.0 is basically the base. And then we are giving them training on game arts, giving them training on graphic designing. Today's world and the next world is not about from where you're getting the degree and what is your certification. The next world is all about what kind of skill set that you have and how you can utilize that. And that's the kind of program I think we need to implement in young Africa, if I'm not wrong. I'm just not taking that quote from the question, but to give a direct answer, because that question came from Africa itself. I can track that. To be very honest, if Africa needs to go beyond what it is at the moment, their skill set needs to be completely amazing. And I'm sure that youth at the moment are working on the same. So I'll not take a lot of time because we are tight schedule with speakers. And I'm sure that my co-host, Nina, she is going to kill me if I'm taking a lot of her time. So over to you, Nina. Our next speaker is already here, Lucy. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Arijit. I would only kill you with love. Lucy, thank you and welcome to the World Leader Summit. We have had one of the best mornings for the last couple of days. We've just been so blessed to have so many amazing speakers. Can I ask you to unmute yourself and put your camera on, and we can have your amazing presentation or speech, whichever the case may be. Can you hear me, Lucy?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Welcome from Kenya. I believe you're in Kenya.
Yes, I can get you loud and clear.
Amazing. I'm going to give you the mic and allow you to have your 15 minutes to wow us with your speech or presentation. I can't wait.
Thank you so much. Well, my name is Lucy Mutuku from Kenya, and I'll be taking you through the topic, the role of the youth in leadership and entrepreneurship. Basically, have diverse knowledge in public policy. I'm a youth specialist, an entrepreneur, an author, a speaker, SDG champion, and above all, an ambassador for the World Leader Summit. whereby I also, I'm an awardee of different categories of awards, being the 2021 recipient of the Youth Female Leader of the Year by Peace League Africa, and also selfless dedication to serving the people of Kenya by public service in 2020. I'm also the CEO of National Youth Caucus, whereby it's a social enterprise focused on youth empowerment and development, with a mission to develop and build social impact platforms gathered together towards developing human capital and bridging skills in developing countries, but of course, starting from our country, Kenya. So basically that is all about Lucy. Yes, and I will be taking you on the role of youth on leadership and entrepreneurship, and the importance of we young people grabbing opportunities that come our way, no matter how small they seem to be. So I welcome you all, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today to speak in the World Leader Summit. Basically, leadership is all about creating influence to other people. And as we all know, a leader is someone who knows the way, who goes the way and shows the way. That is the description by the father of leadership, that is John C. Maxwell. And just to remind you that the youth is the force, the youth is the hope, and we are the leaders of today and tomorrow. But again, we need people to show us the way. We need the people to show where we as young people can channel our energy to. And the youth should to encourage on how we can participate in various ways to contribute to the development of the society, to a country, either socially, economically, and even in cultural activities. And with that, I want to tell you today that we should all step up into leadership. And to begin with, one of the things that we as young people love doing is that we love complaining a lot. And we feel like at times we're not given the opportunities that are required. We're not given the chance to serve. We're not given that the opportunity, the chance. We're not given the time. We put in so much energy, but no one is recognizing our efforts. But today, I tell you, it is our responsibility as young people to step up into that space and be the change that we've always wanted. And at times, it's very important as a young person to have a mentor. That is why organizations like World Leader Summit, with much efforts and synergy from our founder, they give us a platform where we can air our voices and where we can also showcase some of the opportunities. We can showcase our passion, what we're good at. I mean, there's so many opportunities there, and it's upon us as young people to grab them. And to begin with, the reason as to why I talk a lot about grabbing opportunities as a young person, it's because we may never know the power of volunteering until it's coming as a testimony. As a young person, what has really helped me a lot to grow and to get to the space that I am in, and the courage and the confidence and the fact that I'm into that space, I'm making moves, it's because I really volunteer a lot. We may not, we may think that it's wasting our time. We may think that we're not making progress. We may feel like, oh my, I have bills to pay, but what am I going to gain at the end of it all? How is this volunteering going to help me? Trust me, volunteering comes with lots of opportunities, especially if your why is big. The moment you're setting up your goals as a young person, you have to put in mind, why am I doing this? And I always remind the young people and my age mates that whenever you are setting a goal, set it so high so big, sorry about that. Set the goal so big so that even when you feel like quitting, you have every reason to remain behind. You have every reason to keep moving. You have every reason to keep up. And they say when the why is so big, the how becomes easy. And what I'll do, I'll share about the 5 P's that have really helped me and that will also help you as a young person to grow either in leadership, either in business, whether in entrepreneurship or whichever space you are in. And the first one is positivity. In whichever thing that you're doing today, you have to be so positive. You have to have the positive vibes, positive energy, positive, everything. The moment you become so positive about whatever you're doing, it becomes so easy to pursue it. And today, I challenge each and every one of us today, in whichever course that you want to do right now, even if it's hard, just be positive about it. Just know that there are problems. It will never be easy. It's never been easy, and it will never be easy. Anyways, it was not meant to be easy. So it's upon you to stay positive. You have to choose. Success, it's all about a choice. So if you want to remain stagnant in whichever thing that you're doing, just be negative about it. You will fail terribly. So let us be positive in everything that we're doing. And then you have to know your purpose. What are you destined for? As a young person, as I said, when you choose your why am I doing this? Why am I into leadership? Why am I into entrepreneurship? Why am I starting this business? And through that, when we identify our purpose, that is the only time we can be able to tell how we are going to do it. When the why is so big enough, you find a way of going forward, even if there are tough times, even if you come across so many obstacles. As a young person, you have to be positive and you have to know your purpose. And that takes us to the third why. The third P, passion. As a young person, I always say it's always passion over profession. As a young person, or rather, I'm actually not talking about I'm not talking to young people alone, but to everyone. But my message is today is to persuade the youth that they should step into that space and be the change that they want to be, because there are also young people who are into that space and they are giving it all. So when you're passionate about everything, when you're passionate about what you're doing, actually it becomes an ease. You find at times, there are many times you feel like giving up. Although I tell people giving up is never an option. Anyways, anytime you feel like giving up, remember as the reason as to where you began. Do you want to go to the same state? No. If you go to the same state, you will have to start all over again, and you will still come to the same position you are in when you feel like giving up. So anytime you feel like things are getting worse, things are getting so tight, you don't know how to pursue something, you don't know how to go about something, try to develop passion. And there are so many ways in which you can get to know if you're passionate about something. And one thing that it is through grabbing opportunities that come your way that you can be able to tell how you can be able to tell or determine what you're passionate about. I think that's all about passion. Yes. As a young person, remember to be so passionate about whatever you're doing, no matter how small, no matter how you feel, no matter how you may feel that you're not making that progress, just be passionate about it and keep moving, keep going as a young person. The other P is about persistence. There is nothing in the world that can, can replace persistence. If at all you have to conquer these challenges, if at all you have to make it to the top, you have to be persistent. It doesn't mean that when you're having tough times, you have to quit. No, I mean, they say winners are never quitters. Persist until you win. That is a slogan that I got it from the O.G. Madino, the author of The Greatest Salesman in the World. He tells you as a young person, persist until you win. In other words, at times I usually, I feel like replacing it with the word, you persist until you die. You will persist until you die. I mean, the world is so fair. The world is very fair, and it will always reward you for what you do. So in other words, if you want to be successful, if you feel like, you see, we have mentors, we have many people that we looking up to. So if you want to be in the space that they are in, we have to be persistent. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Tough people last, tough times never last. As a young person today, I challenge you to be so passionate about your dream, to choose your purpose, to be positive about what you're doing, and above all, you persist. Persist until you succeed. Persist until you win. Persist until they listen to you. I mean, you have to speak and share your dreams and write them down. You have to tell everyone your dreams. You tell them, you know what, this is, until you get the right person. You persist until it happens. And the last P, we will talk about pragmatism. We have to be very practical in implementing our goals and ideas. We have to be very realistic. We say that our goals should be very smart. What do I mean by the word smart? You have to be smart, but I always add the smarter, ER at the end, whereby you have, after you've set your goals, your SMART goals, you have to evaluate them, and where you feel like you've not achieved what you were supposed to achieve, it's either you readjust by setting a new goal or by choosing to do another thing. So in whichever thing that we're doing, if you want to implement your ideas, if you want to put your ideas into actions, you have to be very realistic. And that is the only way you can avoid frustrations. That is the only time that is the only way you can avoid. Actually, you see, as young people, we fail because we want to compare ourselves with other people who are making moves. I mean, right now I cannot start comparing myself with Meta Arjit. He's been in that space for so long. He's learned a lot, yet I just want to sleep and wake up like a millionaire, only, I don't know, so many businesses. I mean, that is not realistic. And that is why we think that at times we're not making progress because we feel we're not making progress because we want to compare ourselves with them, not knowing that my journey is different from your journey. All I need to know is to trust the process and be realistic. I think that is all about the 5 P's that have really helped me in this journey. And today, my message to the young person is that today you quit complaining, you gear up, invest more money, invest more time, invest more energy in building yourself to an extent that you're so busy to realize any negative energy out here. And above all, make sure you have a mentor with you or a role model, that is someone who will hold your hand as a young person, someone who is already into that space, someone who is into that position that you want to occupy, and trust me, they will guide you. Though at times they will only show you the path, it is up to you as a young person, it is up to you as a youth to make that bold step and take the right direction. Thank you so much. I think that is all I have to say for today.
Thank you, Lucy. So much energy, and it's quite good to get some energy into. Oh, that's the timer going off, so you're well and in time for that, but that's amazing. And you've raised the energy, which we needed a little bit because we've been here for the day. But what a lovely talk. And you mentioned the question why. And as children, we ask the question why, but we kind of forget about the question why, and we kind of lose that inquisitiveness when we get older. I'm still very inquisitive and I ask a lot, but most people do. We kind of just accept things. So it was a really good reminder, Lucy, for us to carry on being inquisitive people, asking questions, wanting to expose ourselves to things we're not used to and growing as people. Arijit, do we have any questions, or did we have anybody ask any questions for Lucy?
Yeah, for Lucy, there is a question from social media. Lucy, they're giving you greetings, definitely. And a specific question to you is like, give me a moment to read it. If you're making an ecosystem, how we can be a part of it, how to connect with you, and how you can help us to connect with World Leaders Summit. Shall we connect them directly?
I think I lost you at some point. Can you kindly repeat the question?
The question is how people in your country can connect you and how you can help them to connect with us. What is the ecosystem that you can create? I think that's the question.
Thank you so much. What we are actually doing, and I'm happy that you've been supporting my dreams, you've been supporting me in whichever way. We are setting an accelerator program with the help of the World Leaders Summit, which is inclusive of mentorship programs, whereby we will be helping different youth from different countries, not at the idea level, of course. If you've gone that, you've made that step and come up with something innovative, it could be in agriculture, it could be in tech, kindly feel free to reach out to us, and then we will see how we will engage our founders and different investors from World Leaders Summit, and we will grow together. So you can find me on LinkedIn as Lucy Mutuku. Yes.
For all, Lucy is our ambassador from that particular country, leading the Young Generation Committee. And she is doing fantastic work, of course, helping a lot of youth and asking them to come and join. So the right question came in the right time. Feel free to connect with her and network with her. She will filter it out, understand what you need, and then she can connect back. Yeah, that's the process.
And I wanted to welcome all of the new people that have joined us today, the new speakers and people that are coming in to listen. I wanted to ask you all, if you have social media, to follow the World Leaders Summit in Arijit on your social media places. Follow us, share our posts, try and make our community as bigger as we can. We want a huge community, because the more people that are in our community, the more people we can help. And at the end of the day, we are heart-centered people that are trying to get one another to network. We are completely a wide world entrepreneurship type of environment, where we're bringing people like Lucy in from Kenya, talking about the youth. We have people from the UK like myself, Arijit is in India, and we have people all around the world. And I'm super excited that we have a couple of speakers coming up from Canada and India, and I know that we'll have some from the UK too. So please connect in the chats, leave your details and connect on LinkedIn. If you have your friends and family, get them online as well, get them to listen. You can watch us on Facebook chat, or you can connect via here with the link. Grab yourselves a coffee and just sit back and enjoy the rest of the afternoon, evening, or wherever you may be, time pending. But the next speaker we have is Dr. Rahul. Dr. Rahul, are you with us? Can I introduce you? Dr. Banerjee? I did notice that Dr. Banerjee was going in and out of the waiting room, so I'm not sure if he's having some technical issues, because we've had a few of those today, but they haven't stopped us from being as dynamic and brilliant as we are. Worst case scenario, I will move on to Stan. Let me just give Dr. Rahul another chance. Dr. Rahul, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Is my video on?
No, I can't see your faces yet, and I'm sure that if you're doing,
I'm having some technical issues. Just let me log in again. Let me log in again.
okay, I'm going to go on to the next speaker and come back to you, Dr. Rahul, and then you'll be next.
Sure, sure, sure.
Fantastic. See you shortly. So if we can go to Dan.
Let me see if I can get my video on.
Okay, let's try just one last time.
Yes. Okay, let the other speaker continue. In the meantime, let me see what I can do.
Okay, fantastic. See you shortly, Dr. Harrell. Dr. Banerjee, I should say. Right, we're going to go on to Stan Peak. Stan Peak, welcome.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
And
Hi,
where are you coming in from today?
From Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Amazing. As I said, we have some people from Canada and you might be that person. So welcome so much. I'm going to give you 15 minutes. And if you would like to share your screen or just do your presentation, looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. Thank you.
Yes, sharing my screen now and making sure everybody can see it. Yes. Can you see my screen? Perfect. Just trying to get to slideshow here. It's not letting me. Let me stop sharing for 1 sec. Okay, well, it's speaking of technical difficulties, it's not letting me share my screen, so we'll just go ahead as it is. Today we're talking about why are you worth following?
Yeah, Stan, it's already shared. We can see your screen.
Yes, it just won't go to a slideshow. It won't, it's staying in this kind of, okay, perfect. So every leader has moments of what we call imposter syndrome. Every leader asks themselves, do I really deserve to be a leader? Am I worth following? With FSQ Consulting, we have coached, mentored, led hundreds of leaders, and every single one has had moments, many, if not at least a few moments, of imposter syndrome. I'm not just talking about leaders who are in a leadership position for the first time. I'm talking about CEOs. I'm talking about people who have been doing leadership at a high level for a long time. So before we get to why you are worth following, I want to, it's not cooperating here, but on the left-hand side of my screen, you can see a small picture, which would be the second slide, of a boat, a canoe, if you will. It's harder to see there, but just imagine at least rowing. And if you ever have seen people row, or if you can really see that picture, what we see is there's about 4 team members with oars. They're paddling away. And there's one team member who's not facing them, who does not have oars. This is a great analogy for leadership. In a lot of cases in business, leaders are not necessarily revenue generating. They don't necessarily engage with customers that often. They might not be customer facing. In this rowing analogy, we've got someone in the boat who occupies space and adds weight, and they do not physically contribute to the boat moving faster. So why are they worth being there? Well, there's a couple of reasons. First of all, the person without oars, they're the leader. They're the only person who can see where the boat is headed. So that means leaders have to have vision. Everyone else is contributing the physical work to get there. In a business setting, that's sales, that's customer service, that's marketing, that's procurement, that's shipping, that's every piece of technology of what it takes to make the company go. And a leader is only worth their spot in that boat if they can help the team move faster. if they can help their team get to their destination faster. And so that really brings up the notion that a leader will help the team achieve their goals and actually help them become a better version of themselves. If a leader can do that, then they are absolutely worth overcoming the buoyancy effect that they would add to the boat. The leader will help the team row in one direction, so to speak, and allow the team members to work towards common goal, a shared vision, a collective purpose, and in doing so, the sum of what they could become together is greater than what each person contributes individually. So rowing is a powerful analogy for leaders and why a leader is worth following. I'm going to stop sharing my screen since the slide presentation isn't cooperating anyway. But let's work with that analogy of leaders and that boat and people rowing. If a leader is there and can help the boat go faster, they do that in a couple important ways. Number one, again, vision. They are able to see where the boat is going. They can see where the organization is going. Number two, they have to be able to communicate that vision in a powerful way that everyone understands where they're going, their vision, and why it's worth going, which is the purpose. Moreover, the leader is able to communicate why it's important for each team member, how each team member is benefited by working hard towards that destination. And that is what we call mission alignment. Now, sometimes that makes us think that in order to be an effective leader, we have to be this charismatic individual, someone who everybody loves to follow. If you've seen the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, we think of Leonardo DiCaprio at the front of the room and everybody cheering because they're fanatically obsessed with following this individual. And that's not what most leaders are like. So what we have to figure out, each of us as leaders, is what we call our leadership value proposition. Anyone of you that's an entrepreneur or in marketing is familiar with the term value proposition. But let's break down three components of what a value proposition is and how it relates to leadership. First of all, value is in the eye of the beholder. What does that mean? That means that there are paintings out there that somebody would not even want in their home, but someone else might be willing to pay $1 million for it. Value is in the eye of the beholder. Well, who is the beholder? As a leadership value proposition, we have to consider our team. In marketing, we think about who is our ideal customer, and we want to make sure that everything is about them. Well, in leadership, everything is about our team. And let's sit with that notion of value proposition, because in marketing, we think about our customer, we think about their pain points, we think about their needs, we think about their problems, and we think about how our product or service solves their problems, fulfills their needs, helps them achieve their goals, and that's why people buy it. Leadership works the same way. We are not just competing for market share in business, we are competing for talent within our organizations. And we're not just competing within our industry, we're competing across all industries for the best talent. So that begs the question, why would a talented team member leave one company and come work for you? The answer is your leadership value proposition. It's because you solve problems for your team. It's because you help your team achieve goals. It's because you give your team something they can't get elsewhere. I was working with a team in Houston, Texas, and there was a lot of well-paid salespeople. And the question, of course, was, why did you leave your last job if you were making good money? And what came up was they were stopped, they were no longer learning. or the company they worked for wasn't making any new products. So as a salesperson, they had nothing to go call their customers about. They had no value anymore. And there was other things that were really limiting these very driven salespeople. So even if they were getting paid less to go to the new company, they went because they were challenged, they had new products to sell, and they were a part of an environment that had upward mobility and learning opportunities. Had nothing to do with pay. As leaders, we have to understand that we don't have to be just like somebody else. What we do have to be is the best version of ourselves. And if we can focus on who our ideal team member is, then as a leader, we can help them solve problems. We can help them achieve goals. We can help them on their career trajectory. They can learn more. Maybe they can get that promotion. Maybe they can advance in their careers more under your tutelage than they would working with somebody else. So, in summary, a leadership value proposition is an answer to a question. Your team is asking questions. Why can't somebody just mentor me? Why can't somebody just help me figure this out? What do we do at the end of the day at company ABC, and why does it matter? Everybody in every company on the planet asks themselves questions about whether or not what they do matters. And as leaders, if we can help with that mission alignment, if we can help our team understand that what we do matters and how they contribute, then we help every person in the organization understand how they matter. And as a leader, that takes all the pressure off of us. Instead of having to be a great speaker or a charismatic CEO, what we have to be is caring, focused, compassionate. The better we make things for our team, the better a leader we are. That's what it comes down to. So if we instead of focusing on why am I worth following, instead of worrying so much about our own credentials or resume or credibility, the best thing a leader can do is to focus on their team. What do they need? What barriers are in their way that I can remove to make their jobs easier? What can I do to empower and connect the team to our mission? What can I do to make life better for our team? And I mean within the realm of possibility. We're not always able to afford raises or wonderful perks, especially in a startup or in a recession. But that doesn't mean we can't check in with our team. That doesn't mean we can't be present. That doesn't mean we can't take time and be there and show that we truly care. So as a leader, the more we focus on our team, then truly, the more we are worth following. And that is a leadership value proposition. That is why you are worth following as a leader. Regardless of your industry, regardless of your experience, regardless of where you live, anyone, anywhere can apply these principles and be a leader more worth following. I believe that takes us to 15 minutes, depending on when we started there. So I want to check in on time and reserve time for questions. Otherwise, if I have more time, happy to keep going. All right, Jeet.
Still have
Yeah.
5.
We got
I still have 5 minutes before questions?
Yep, we have.
Okay, perfect.
We
Perfect.
have questions, of course. So we have first question from social media. How do you define distributed leadership?
It's a great question. With distributed leadership, of course, we have to make time for people, and we have to realize that they might be in different time zones. We have to make sure that we are at least cognizant. We can't expect people to make time for us when it's convenient. We might have someone whose 9 a.m. is your 3 a.m. one thing we have to be aware of is, again, what matters to our team. Let's go back to those questions. Our team has questions like, how do I solve this problem? How do I achieve this goal? And if we can understand those, then we can really be more relevant to our team. By the way, the only way we'll ever know those, unless we have a crystal ball, is to ask. One more thing as well about we spent so much time thinking about our team. Well, it is important to think about you as a leader and how you do create value over and above just caring and checking in. The first thing is everybody has a story. As a leader, you have a background, an education, certifications. More important than certifications or education is your experience, lived experience, especially mistakes. Mistakes are the best teacher of all. I always joke, I'm an executive coach. I like to joke that I'm not an executive coach because I've got an IQ of 200 and built a $100 billion business. No, I'm an executive coach because I made a lot of mistakes. I failed in business. I've had a lot of things not go my way, but I've learned a lot through that. And it's that lived experience through trial and error and mistakes where we can gain wisdom and perspective. And that is a lot of times our value as a leader. In fact, if we look to our past, sometimes the most challenging experiences we've overcome that we want to forget about, if we can reflect on them just a little bit longer, we might be able to draw powerful wisdom that our team is ever thankful for. It might sound cliche, but sometimes the hell you've gone through and how you learned how to get through it is someone else's survival guide. So as a leader, if we can remember a couple of key concepts, your team has questions, your team has problems, your team has needs. And as a leader, you can solve those problems, help them achieve their goals based on your lived experience, your wisdom, and just your perspective. And chances are that wisdom and perspective didn't come from a textbook. It came from some of your biggest challenges. Are there other questions?
Can I come in? I mean, I just had a small pointer. So Arijit, if I had got you right, you were asking about distributed leadership, right? In terms of shared management?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could also give you a focused answer on that. So we have this C-suite shared services in India coming in a big way over the last decade. So if you see the kind of boom that you have had on shared management concepts and the way it has been practically deployed on the ground, it has made a lot of, I would say, conclusive invasion in terms of the benefits that is being got out of it. So as an example, if a company cannot, and probably it is probably not synonymous with leadership, but if you put it in a way that it is meaningful to a leader taking a decision, some decisions are also very cosmetic and probably it will work as part paradigm. So if a company does not have money to pay for a director who is in charge of financial management and decisions, it can take probably a delta amount of services from somebody who is giving the services on shared services. So I do not know whether that can actually come into a definitive mode in terms of defining it as a shared management. But we have this shared C-suites, Mr. XYZ working for 7 companies and providing leadership guidance for a professional fee. So in terms of that question of yours, India has come a big way in getting this shared management concept on the ground. And
it's not actually my question. It's actually a question came from social media. So what we are doing, the format is the speaker is speaking here and we are live in social media. People are asking questions over there in the live chat. So I'm just those questions.
So it's very, very relevant. The question was very relevant. And there are operational examples on the ground, especially in this Indian subcontinent.
We will come back to you. We have another question from social media to Stan. Mr. Ajit is saying that I'm an amazing team member and boss loves me. But when I try to convey the same message to some other company's employees, they laugh at me. Am I doing wrong? Stan, question to you.
One thing I would ask the person, I mean, first of all, I empathize with that challenge that they're facing, but if they are coming in and getting applauded by their boss and laughed at in other companies, then my question is, are you opening with a statement or a question? In other words, sometimes your boss knows what you're really trying to convey and they understand why it's valuable. If we walk in somewhere else and we start with a statement or why what we sell or do is valuable, then we're not really meeting our audience where we're at. So this is a coaching technique. Instead of walking in trying to be smart, trying to close the sale, whatever the case may be, ask a question. If you ask your audience what they need and we can listen, then we can find intersection points on what we are there to present, what we are there to market, what we're there to sell. And if we just walk in and say, here it is, then we could be criticized, judged, or laughed at. If we walk in with a question, we can learn, okay, now I know what direction to take this. Chances are that would be better received. I hope that helps. Other questions?
I think because we are running a bit of,
short on time
gap, yeah. So
okay.
I'll leave it to Nina. Yeah, but
thank you very much.
He said thanks in your answer. I just saw that it's a live comment that the gentleman is doing. So he's fallen probably in love with you, like following you probably in social media. That's the comment that also came. So maybe you guys can communicate with each other next. Thank you for the question, though. Thank you so much, Ajit, for the question.
And thank you. If it's ready for the next speaker, I just want to say thank you, Arjit and the team at the World Leader Summit, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everybody.
Brilliant speech, Stan. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nina.
Completely connected with you mentally, Stan, without even talking. A lot of the things you were saying, I was sat here nodding, yes. So it's completely connected with you. And thank you so much for coming and spending time with us today. For the new speakers and for the new attendees, I just want to welcome everyone. We have some amazing speakers coming up for you. I can see my lovely friend, Dr. Pauline Crawford over there. But we're going to go straight to Dr. Rahul Banerjee because I know he had technical issues earlier. So he had to come out and come in, and we can see you nice and clearly now, Dr. Rahul.
Oh, yeah. Good evening from India, and good morning and good afternoon, and whatever it is relevant to all the time zones and people on this summit today. The topic of today's discussion, I would call it a small dope that I'm going to give you, is basically serendipity and what actually it meant in an entrepreneur's journey towards creating more value and probably expansion. So I'll break this speech of mine into 3 buckets so that it becomes relevant, and there's a dependency between what I speak now and what I'll be speaking in the foregoing few minutes that I have to myself. So what is serendipity, and how does serendipity make an indispensable mark in an entrepreneur's life? And what is basically entrepreneurship? And there are no cliches that I'm going to put in today's speech. We'll talk about examples. We'll talk about exactly where we are going from here, and what is my take on serendipity and how it makes a lot of meaning to anybody for that matter. So I'm Dr. Rahul Banerjee. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. Chartered accountant as in synonymous to a CPA in the US, and a formal certified accountant in Africa and in England. And I have also done my PhD. My thesis is on corporate governance, which finds a place of pride or pride of place in California Institute of Technology in Los Angeles. I was working with IBM for donkey's years, to put it that way, across continents. Till the time in 2015, when I quit my job and I became an entrepreneur in the strictest sense of the lexicon. And what is entrepreneurship? Who is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is somebody who takes that greater risk for a greater benefit. And what does an entrepreneur do? I mean, what is a dynamic entrepreneurship and what is somebody who's already focused? And how does serendipity comes into a relevant place in our lives of an entrepreneur. Now, as an IBMer, when I left my job, I would be very frank here to confess that I always had this fear and apprehension of losing my job. Being at the highest echelon of leadership, I always felt that probably I would not be able to keep my job because I was not meeting the numbers. That was not a reason for me to quit and probably pursue a life of an entrepreneur. There was an event of serendipity. Now, what is serendipity? Serendipity, if you define in a simple English language, is basically something which is unintended, unplanned. And what does it actually give you? An event or a packet of events which are unplanned or unintended. You had never even foreseen. It gives rise to a lot of things which are unexpected, which are unplanned and even unsought for. And these unsought for, unanticipated, unexpected events are beneficial to you. So while being in IBM, I was also part of the IBM pedagogy, so-called the IBM University, where I was a speaker at various forums on the products that we are selling. And I realized that if I had done a PhD or probably if I had gone into the art of pedagogy and teaching, I could save my job. That was my first serendipity in terms of finding out a situation where I could pursue higher studies and become a doctorate. Not that, I mean, if you put it in a very humorous form, not that it actually made me quit my job, but there was a focused plan for me in terms of me trying to see that I would leave my job and probably pursue something otherwise. So we started a business into export of master batch and polyethylene products all the way from India to the Southern African continent. That's how I became an entrepreneur. Today, our group of companies has got, or probably have got, an order book of USD $20 million. And we're into various verticals, whether it's export of master batch, whether it is an artificial intelligence conglomeration with a US joint venture company, whether we are doing establishment of public health centers under health missions, export of medical instruments, doing a lot on road construction. How did this come to be? As somebody who was actually focused on doing an export of master batch, now getting into various verticals and probably doing things which are not all that disappointing. The theory of serendipity comes into a lot of relevance here. How did this happen? An USD 20 million order book today, we are not all that unhappy. We never envisaged that you're going to do so well. We always thought that probably would be pursuing our dreams, taking that extra risk, that extra delta kind of an invasion into doing something more obtuse, more, how do I put it, voluminous in terms of some things that are not ordinary. And then probably expect a better return on the investments that we make in terms of money and time. But the theory of serendipity is basically part of everyone's life. We always adapt to a context. That is called what is called dynamism. Or you are basically very focused in what you're trying to do and become predictive, or probably expect things that you always look forward to, or a little bit more than what your expectations were. In case of serendipity, we also adapt to a context. While we started a business in 2015, we were doing well with the exports. When I met a man who was my import in South Africa, who was building a temple in Lusaka in Zambia. Now see, this example is very interesting. While we were on a flight, an 11-hour flight from one continent to the other, he asked me, Rahul Banerjee, I am actually looking for a particular chemical called butanox, which will give a lot of cohesive structure and support to the temple that I'm building. Can you source it for me? This set me thinking that can I get into a other product export, because there was a necessity that immediately came into being on a 11-hour flight. You will not imagine or probably not expect or believe, we did probably a $1 million of exports of Butanox to 13 temples across Southern Africa. That is how, when you came into being, trying to understand what Butanox is, what is in-store packaging, what are hazardous chemicals, and we sprayed our wings to different other polyethylene products like PVC, like many other situations. Till the time, the same man who was a Muslim by religion, building a temple, very paradoxical, wanted fruits and vegetables for Saudi Arabia during the festival of Eid. And we went into food and vegetables products exports. He started a hospital in the heart of Lusaka, which made us feel that we could also do a few things on supply of medical instruments all the way from India, as well as high-sea bunkering from US and Hex Street and Zeiss and all that. You know what happened during those times? COVID struck the whole world. And that made us think that why not get ourselves into the thick of things in India and start building up hospitals. We call them in Indian terminology CHCs, community health centers, and PHCs, as in public health centers. We built around 111 public health centers and community health centers across 111 cities in India. And this is basically what serendipity is. Somebody who was working in IBM wanted to get out of the rut, thinking that he was going to lose his job, getting into exports of chemicals, building hospitals. Now, here is an interesting twist, which again was beneficial to us. While we are building hospitals and supplying materials, medical instruments for that matter, technical medical instruments, we also have a software around it. When an US conglomerate all the way from Los Angeles came into India and shook hands with us on an artificial intelligence investment, the first public-private artificial intelligence investment that happened with an entrepreneur like us, with an US conglomerate, which was $2 billion kind of an order book. And this AI was around the medical instruments. So I'll take a small break in terms of you guys, can do ruminate and figure out that serendipity works always beneficial to everybody. The only fact, the only attribute that you should hold on to yourself is the adaptation, or probably getting yourself acclimatized to the context that is in hand. Doesn't go to mean that if I had met somebody who was trying to build up an industry producing mining chemicals, I would jump into it and do that. Serendipity also should be complemented or probably supplemented with the adaptation to the context that is in hand. Whether you are capable, whether the interest lies in that, and the fact that if you are an entrepreneur, that long journey of yours should be a pilgrim's progress. And we can quote John Bunyan and say that is basically a perennial curve that never gets monotonous. Arijit, I would just request you, how many minutes have I taken out of my own slot so that I can stop for questions and answers?
You can continue, I guess.
You have at least 4 or 5 minutes left.
Okay. So, going forward, I would always say that I would not come in, as a prescriptive kind of a doctor saying that, fine, you should always look at serendipity. But I would always say that over the last 15 years that I've seen life as it unfolded, either on a personal space or on a professional space, the theory of serendipity, whoever discovered the word, is basically something to stay. It's an indispensable attribute in everybody's life towards change for betterment. A serendipity will not probably lead you to something like a catastrophic packet that you're going to gulp down and say, fine, the world is ending for me. Serendipity actually has a meaning to us some kind of an delta additional value in your life. The fact is that whether serendipity is synonymous to that your adaptation to the context, whether you can actually acclimatize yourself as a Roman while in Rome, or you can just come out of it and take ideas out of it. My serendipity started when I was an IBMer, a person who was in the corporate world, when I felt that I would not be able to do justice to my job on a long term because the job was killing me in terms of the stress and strain. And that IBM University example, that the story of IBM pedagogic opportunities for people inside the IBM community gave me an idea that if I pursue higher studies, I could go and save my job. It's a small humor on that. But the fact is, it actually not only saved my job, it saved a lot of other people's jobs who work with me. So, I mean, you know, we say that the 5 U's in a man's world or a woman's world is something to stay. Anything that is unintended or unplanned, which leads to something which is unsought after, and which leads to a lot of beneficial attributes in life, is something that is called serendipity. You know, I try to make this a little more, you know, I mean, with a lot of examples around. I could have gone into an academic dissertation on exactly what an entrepreneur should be over a period of time in terms of what he wants to do and what is the way out, what is the Maslow's theory coming into it, when you are satisfied, how much you are satisfied, to what extent you should continue. But this fact that anybody out there who's listening to me or probably trying to put in a few more, you know, I mean, how do I put it? Their thought process around it, you should understand that this theory of serendipity is something that is going to stay, and you have really got to embrace it if you're really looking at something kind of a dynamic kind of an approach to your life as an entrepreneur. I will stop for questions.
If anyone have got any kind of question, they can raise hand and they can ask directly to him. Else, I am moving to social media if there is any question.
Yeah, have we not had any questions for Dr. Banerjee? If not, then we can move on to Don, because we are running on a tight schedule today. So thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. Really appreciated and enjoyed your talk today. I'm going to introduce Don to you. So welcome, Don. Would you like to unmute yourself and tell us which part of the world you're calling from today?
Hey, good morning. Great to be here. I'm actually in San Antonio, Texas, in the United States.
Tell me one thing, Don. Is it warm in Texas today?
Yeah, it's about 55 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's a little drizzly. So, but compared to where I grew up in around Chicago, which is about 15 to 20 degrees, I'll take it.
Because it's absolutely freezing in London today.
Oh, is that right?
My counterparts will share as well. So I'm thinking about some sunshine. So I'm looking forward to you bringing in some sunshine into our talks today. So welcome. The stage is yours. If you want to share your screen, please do. But otherwise, 15 minutes of your time has been taken now. So I'll start the timer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me get my screen share going here. Can you see that okay? Yep, okay. Well, again, it's an honor to be here this morning, and I appreciate the opportunity. I want to kind of compliment on some other folks that I've been listening to here recently, because they're talking about purpose and passion and some of the other things. And I think that's so important in leadership, right? The question comes out is, what is my purpose? And what I want to do is I want to spend a little bit of time not so much talking about what purpose is, but talking about how to find your purpose. Because I left the US military in 2009. I retired. And then I said, you know, what I've got to do is I've got to spend a little bit more time figuring out what I want to do. Where do I want to go? I got another 20, 25 years of productive time in this life. So what am I going to do? And I joined the Maxwell leadership team. Excuse me. Joined the Maxwell leadership team because I wanted to speak and train and coach. But then the question came out is, what do I want to speak and train on? And we say, well, leadership. wow, leadership is huge, right? So how do we know what to speak on in that realm? And I kept coming back to the same purpose, and it was helping military in their career transition out of the military into civilian world. And as I tried to figure out how to do that, I kept trying to figure out, how do I monetize this? How do I make this my next career? How do I earn a living doing it? And the voice inside my head kept saying, don't worry about that. That'll come. That'll come. Just get involved. You know, the purpose is that ideal thing that inspires you to take action. It's that thing that you do that fulfills you. It makes you feel good at the end of the day. And it's great if you follow the ikigai. You want to find out what are you good at? What does the world want? What will they pay for? Right? There's 4 different circles. And at the end of the day, you want to be paid for it in some way. Part of it is fulfillment. So, you know, as I said, a leader is a dealer in hope. And that purpose should be something that inspires you and drives you and gives you that leadership piece. It's something to fix your gaze upon. If you've ever read the book Think and Grow Rich, the number 2 item that is leading so many leaders across the last 100, 200 years to success is knowing what their desire is, to be crystal clear on your desire. But you only get crystal clear when you get in and you start trying things and you start failing and you start adjusting and you start moving forward. The question I always ask people is, are you listening? Are you listening to that voice inside your head? Are you listening to that gut feel that says, this is my purpose? I was, as I was saying, as I was trying to figure out what my purpose was, I kept helping military in transition in so many different ways, but it wasn't right. I was vice president of a couple organizations. I was volunteering in a couple organizations, and it just didn't feel right until just about the time COVID hit in March of 2020. My partner and I started a nonprofit called Military Transition Roundtable, using the mastermind. And as soon as we got into that and we started seeing people working together, we said, this is it. Because then a mentor of mine asked me the question, what breaks your heart? There's a question that you ought to use for yourself. What breaks your heart when you're thinking about your purpose and your passion? And for me, it used to be seeing the pollution around the world. I got to be an environmental engineer because I wanted to clean up America's waters. But when I turned 60, it was more about helping military in their transition because I was sad. I was hurt. My heart broke for people getting out of the service and not knowing what they were going to do, seeing them frustrated, seeing them depressed. And would you know that we're losing 22 veterans a day to suicide, and the number 1 ideation is career transition? So that really struck me, is how do I make this change? So here's a couple ideas in the time we have available. Do that self-assessment. Think about the DISC personality assessment. I'm a DISC consultant, and I always work with my coaching clients to help them understand a little bit more about their personality and their behavior, because we all behave in a certain way based upon the personality we've been given and we've developed over our life. There's also the Myers-Briggs. That was really important for me because I found I was a 49 on the introvert-extrovert scale, which means I need to balance off being alone, the introvert side, to get energy, and I need to balance off the extrovert, being with people. So when I'm at a John Maxwell conference and we go 15, 18-hour days sometimes with all these different events, I got to have personal time and I got to have together time, but I can't do one or the other. You know, it's got to be down the middle. You know, so here's some questions that I also ask myself. Now, these are painted toward the coaching clients that I work with, but I want you to think about the job you're in. Would you believe that Gallup survey says 85% of people globally are disengaged at work? That means they're either actively disengaged or they're passively disengaged, but they're just kind of coming to work. They're doing what's told. They take the task on, but they're not really excited about it. The day just kind of ticks by through the clock. And you can't wait until 4:30 and look up and say, it's got to be ending time by now. And it's only coffee break in the morning. And you're thinking, oh my God, it's going to be so long. Wouldn't you rather have a job that you can't wait to get into and you just are inspired and you lose track of time? And pretty soon it's 4:30 or whatever your quitting time is, and you think it's only coffee break time in the morning. The day went by just like that. So I ask people the question, why did you join, in my case, working with military, but why did you join your job? The second question always is, why did you stay in your job? So I joined because in 1982, I got my environmental engineer degree, and it was the height of the recession in the United States. And I said, I want to get out and get some experience. I had 454 letters from companies on my graduation day from college saying, thank you, but we're not hiring right now. We'll keep your resume on file. Well, all that meant was I wasn't going to get a job. So I joined the Air Force, and I actually loved what I got to do for 27 years. I got to do amazing things. And that's why I stayed. I was going to get out at 4 years. All I wanted to do was to just get 4 years experience. But I stayed for 27 because of pictures like this, the camaraderie, the family, the places we got to go, the mission. I got to learn to be a networker. I got to take on challenges that I never, ever imagined I would. In 2004, I deployed to Baghdad, Iraq, to be a leader in the reconstruction of a country, the largest reconstruction outside of the Marshall Plan after World War II when we rebuilt Germany. That was just amazing. And the next question comes to be is, if I can get my slides to work here, what's your goal? What's your goal in your job? So many people just come into the job and just say, I'll just take on what comes. I'll take on the tasks. I'll move forward as I get promoted. But wouldn't it be great if you had a desire, you had a goal? This young lady here, she's the current Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. She's a Lieutenant General equivalent. She's the most senior enlisted person in the United States Air Force. Happens to be the first Hispanic and first female in that position, which is awesome. But she set a goal to be the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. And she's focused every Saturday morning on training and learning and growing, and then during the week being with people. And she achieved her goal. And it was so neat. Wouldn't your life be so much better if that's what you focused in on? And I think, go back to Think and Grow Rich, the book. That's exactly what he was talking about. Knowing what you want in life and creating a plan and driving for it. And then what's your goal outside the military? So all of that, assessments and listening and understanding why you're in the job you're in, helps you figure out what you want to do outside. I know we have a couple minutes left here, but I asked one young man, I said, why'd you join the service? He goes, I was in the state of Alabama. And if you know Alabama, it's very poor, it's poverty, it's gangs, it's discrimination. He said, I just knew that anything here for me was going to be gangs and jail. I didn't want that, so I joined the Army. I said, so what's the most exciting thing you did in the Army? He goes, oh, that's easy. When I was in Washington, D.C., I got to be the point of contact for the USA Olympic basketball dream team, coming and talking to inner city kids. I said, what was exciting about that? And he goes, oh, as the kids talked, you could see, as the athletes talked, you could see the kids' eyes just blow up. He said, they all came from the inner city. All the basketball players came from the inner city. And they said that the kids started to see that they had hope. They had a future, that they weren't defined by where they were at. Well, that gentleman is now retired from the Army, and he's helping kids find their reason, find their purpose. And I think it really comes down to this statement, and I'll end here. When you found something to die for, you have something to live for. When you found something that you were willing to put your life on the line to make this happen, to make this impact happen. For me, it was first cleaning America's waters. Then it was teaching leadership to people to better the organization so that people felt inspired and motivated. And now it's to help people find the right opportunity in their life going forward. So that's what I wanted to talk about today. I wanted to give you some examples and give you some questions to ask yourself as you're thinking about where you're going. I would bet there's a number of people in this summit that are listening, not really knowing what they want to do, where they want to go, what impact they want to have. And I'm just hoping that that gives you a little bit of insight and how I can help you. I'll put my information in the chat, my LinkedIn and URL. If you ever want to have a conversation, we can go back and forth on LinkedIn. We can have a Zoom call, and maybe I can help you. That's all I have. Again, this is Don Gleason, and my company is Achieve New Heights. Thanks again for the opportunity. I'll take any questions.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Don. And I completely resonate with what you were saying. And people often tell other people, you know, you need to find your why. And they say, well, what is my why? And it's quite difficult. But when you do know your why and you stand in your own truth and that message that you give to everyone else, that's true wealth. Because we've never introduced ourselves, I'll tell you, I'm an activist. I speak out against honor killings and human trafficking, but I'm also a mindset coach. So my why is about saving lives, also giving hope to others. Like you said, when you tell your story, somebody will resonate with it. And finding that is a real clarity. There's such a clarity to where you're going and what you're trying to achieve. So thank you for putting it in such an easy way to understand. I really appreciate that. I'm going to ask Arijit if there are any questions on social media been raised. And if not, we'll move on to the beautiful Dr. Pauline.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. I just want to double check that we've not got any questions. Arijit, did we have any questions?
A couple of congratulations, mainly for Dawn.
Amazing.
And oh my God, we have a popular speaker, Stan. So people are still commenting.
People are still loving Stan, and we all love Stan too.
Awesome.
So anyway, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Pauline. I'll give you your 15 minutes, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got to tell us. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome. Thank you for having me here. I'm just trying to organize my slides. I'm not sure that I'm doing this right. Can you see my slides now? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I've listened to the last three speakers, and I love the energy of what's going on here. And as you can see from my titling, I want to know who's in charge of our world. And I'm making a rather bold statement to say goodbye to equality, hello, harmony. So let me explain that. My passion in life is harmony. I love being in a harmonious, magical conversation. I love talking with people. I love what Stan was saying about listening to people and what, you know, everybody I've just listened to, Don and Raoul. It's all about being in the world with other people, but who's in charge? So one of my biggest missions is to understand how my brothers and sisters, how men and women in the world actually understand each other, and why there are some really terrible things that are happening in the world for marginalization of women especially, and violence anywhere. But let's have a look at what it's about. For me, it's about how do I add value? So I want to share with you some symbols that I use, which are very key for me. I need to know myself. A lot of people talk about this, but you know, where's the oxygen mask on my face? How do I know me? Am I in charge of me? As Don was saying, you know, what is my purpose? My purpose is to create harmony. So the harmony comes when I get together with other people. So where am I in that relationship? In every relationship that's going on around me, how do I see it? How do I feel it? How do I listen? Is it with my sisters, with my brothers? And I mean that in a metaphorical sense. I work now with a very global audience, and I listen to people. I have the fortune to be British, but I live in America. So there's two cultures, and I lived in Malaysia for 4 years. And I work now with clients and colleagues across the world. So how do I get together with the community? How do I understand the we? We're all here today, the World Leaders Summit. We are leaders. We are here to change the world, but it all starts with the me. And I'm a woman. Some of you are women. Some of you are men. And there's a lot of controversy about how we identify ourselves. So I'm looking at who we are in a very simple sense of men and women. We are equal and different. So when I say goodbye to equality, I'm not saying forget it, not at all. We have striven over the last 100 years, dare I say the last 2,000 years, to understand the balance the energy that men and women bring into the world. And the challenge with the word equality is that we're all unique individuals. We are all amazing human beings. And there's a lot of marginalization of lots of individuals and groups of people. But in truth, there are 3.9 billion women in the world, and that's 49.95% of the world. So we are half of the world, and I say we, owning women in my heart and my physicality. And I think there's an imbalance between men and women that we haven't quite understood. I want to propose a way of looking at it in a different way. I'm looking at how women can actually empower men to empower women. Now just think about that. There's a huge amount of empowerment of women been going on for 100 years. We have fought for the vote, we have got the vote, we've got situations where we are politicians and in government, we are running businesses, but the percentage is still low. And I want to see that the empowered women of the world and the empowered men of the world who understand that we could do things differently come together. And only together in harmony will we make a difference. And only then will we be able to get rid of violence in the world. And I see us as complementary and complementary. So complementary is that we fit together. There is a synergy between men and women, which is magical. So why do we fight? Why do we argue? Why do we have traumas in the world between us? And can we truly be complementary? Can we be truly genuine, excuse me, and also authentic in how we regard each other? Now, we know there are stories like men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I've studied this for 30 years, and it comes from my own passion to understand as a behavioralist. And Don mentioned DISC and MBTI. How do we understand ourselves? You know, if I say I'm a Gemini, what does that mean to me? How do I listen to you? How do I tune into you? I want to suggest a new way of looking at the situation. And I'm going to put something here. How can we have a joint custody world? And by that, I mean, how do men and women take hands together and actually have conversations where we listen to each other and we understand that a joint custody world is not fighting over it, it's actually authentic harmony. And if we focus on harmony, we move away from the battle of equality. So I'm not saying get rid of equality, let's applaud everything, but if we focus on harmony, we actually can achieve something more together. And there are demons out there in our lives. There is trauma, there is marginalization. I know, Nina, a lot of your work is about that. We know those are there. But I want to see us get beyond that and have the conversation beyond that. Albert Einstein said this famously, we cannot solve problems at the same level of thinking that we were at when we created those problems. So can we actually listen to each other? Can we sit in a wisdom circle and actually ask the right questions, ask those open-ended questions? We heard that from Stan. And can we actually understand that as we sit at the table of harmony, we come in with very different perspectives. We actually looking at, my work is looking at the future through a woman-centric lens. So what I mean by that is the woman's journey in the world, the 3.9 billion women in the world have a very different journey to the other half of the world, which is men. We do have lifestyle issues. We have families to deal with and community. We tend to be more emotionally driven. There are differences, but we want to invite men to a real synergy success. And this is where I think women can empower men to empower women. And there's a circle of intention which we haven't quite grasped yet, because we are fighting a battle rather than creating a harmony. And we have to deal with the issues, so that's important. And in my work, more in the corporate world, I deal with the bullying, the sexual harassment, those sort of things, but we look at it in a very positive, proactive way. I love to get people around the table, around a round table, so that the conversation is very community-based. It's about how do I share? I was very intrigued with what Stan was saying, because actually the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. This is a quote from Walt Disney, in fact. So how can we get to the table? How do we understand the characters around the table? Do we come in with a sense of, I'm right, you're wrong, and I'm just going to put my ideas on the table? I know what to deal with. I'm being blessed to be given the role with the G100 Global Chair for Positive Masculinity. And I love this because my work is about gender dynamics intelligence. How do we be intelligent between men and women? And positive masculinity is a movement now in Africa, which is really taking ground with presidents of 6 countries in Africa who are standing up to say, we do want to behave better. We want to get rid of violence in the world, in our world. It's still not happening exactly, but we need to understand that this is a movement towards harmony, not necessarily away from equality. So equality was never something that men actually put on the table. And I hope that's a bold statement because I believe it. And when men don't own something, it's much more difficult to get a resolution. So if we focus on harmony, it's all about knowing ourselves in order to know others. And I think we got some of those messages with Don for certain, and certainly we stand. There are different people in the world. How do we listen to people? How do we understand they're different? I want to show you what I have worked on over the last 30 years. And this is really key. And it's about the circle of life. So if we make the assumption that everybody is in the circle of life, so not just the 3.9 billion women, who, oh, by the way, which 2.2 billion of those are mothers, if we say everybody is coming to the table with everything in their life, then we do have men and we do have women. But men have built the world on a very straight line message. So if we want to change from equality to harmony, we have to understand that when we look at men, they're very task-oriented. And when we look at women, they're actually very relational and they love to do things in circles. And this is something that in detail we go into with our clients, but I just want you to get the energy of this, that if we're going to seek to have a conversation about harmony, then we have to understand both sides and we have to stretch the landscape out. So what we look at is masculine energy and feminine energy. And what we see is in masculine energy, there is masculine energy in men and women. I have a lot of masculine energy. I love to use my head, love to use my logic. There's also a lot of feminine energy, which is much more intuitive, it's much more flowing. Now, in a world where we need harmony, we want an orchestra which is playing all the pieces, then we want to know what these characters are about. So what I've been working on is understanding archetypal behavior. This is not personality, and this is not, it's not sexual preferences, it's not race, it's not generation, it's actually getting everybody to the table. And my vision is, I think it comes from my childhood and all the work I've done with my clients is I get them into a conversation. Can they share? Can they bring their perspective to the table? I want you to think about what you might be. How would you put a lens on all the different people coming to the table? So my company is Corporate Heart International, and the heart of business is people. So I want you to imagine that you're going into a meeting. Who are you meeting? Are you meeting the ruler, who's a very masculine-minded man and he needs bullet points and very direct answers? Or maybe you've got the magician in the room who's a masculine-minded woman who's looking at concepts and ideas. And maybe you've got the sovereign in the room who's very much looking at how to care for people, how to bring the community together, very detailed focus. Or you might have the philosopher, the Nelson Mandela, who's seeking to ask questions, but he's still looking to structure his world. Now, I know that looks very complicated, but what I want you to feel the energy is if we always fight for equality, we're always battling against something that's very different. If we look at harmony and we accept that every single player in this map, in this landscape, is important, we want these people. Women are now extremely good at business, we're extremely good at running communities, and we cope with our families and the community and the emotional integrity. We can bring all this together if we have a conversation at that central table. If I had my way, I would change every single boardroom meeting table to a round table, like King Arthur. If we sit at a round table, we don't have the hierarchy. We start having conversation without titles, without authority. We have authenticity instead. So the idea about this is that through this map, which is gender dynamics, we actually seek to find a real synergy. And what we do is we can actually accept that if we want everybody at the table, we need to get them there, understand their differences, remember that everybody is equal and different, and then look at heartfelt wisdom. And only then can we say hello to harmony. It's like having a tablecloth and saying this tablecloth, it will create this meeting, and this tablecloth is harmony. So what we do is we create wisdom circles where there's 3 very simple rules. And I'll leave you with this idea. And the rules are that you come with no judgment. You come with only your experience, not your judgment. You come without anger. You might come with passion and delight and interest and intrigue and optimism, all lots of high energy things. And you don't necessarily have to be extrovert, you can be introvert, but the space is no judgment, no anger. And the last one is no coercion, which in the time period then you're seeding its new landscape. We want to be able to share the idea that we're not looking for instant solutions. We're looking to create something which is not here yet. And in that sense, we need to open up our hearts in order to understand how other people see the world. And when you're dealing with very difficult, sensitive subjects, like violence in the world, or like bullying, but anything which is distressful and damaging, about the mental health issues, about the economic crisis, we need to be able to get there and stay with no judgment, no anger, and no coercion. And indeed, our shared values in our heartfelt sense are definitely love, respect, trust, compassion, empathy, all those things that I believe women and wise men bring to the table. And I would like to honor you for organizing this amazing summit, because it brings together that kind of wishing to change the world and to bring harmony into the world. And that's what I pray for. So I'm Dr. Pauline Crawford. I'm a behavioralist, a conversationalist, and I love the idea of us all sitting at the round table of harmony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crawford. I think we have some questions for you, don't we, Arijit? There's a couple in the chat possibly as well.
I think it is there in the Zoom, so maybe you can read it.
Yeah, sure, I can, yeah. So we have a question for you. We have a question, let me find it. It's from Rahul, actually, Dr. Elise. It's just from Rahul, and it says, what is your take on promoting of excessive masculinity in today's competitive world, when even female empowerment is focused on promoting females' masculine attributes and not feminine qualities? Female empowerment is a relatively successful, but is there anything being done to restore feminine energies in males and females? How will feminine energy sustain in the long run?
Excellent, excellent, excellent question. And that is really at the heart of it, is that there's, in my experience, there's a misunderstanding about what does masculinity mean, what does femininity mean. So we tend to hear about toxic masculinity, or even on occasion, toxic femininity. And I would say, actually, it's toxic. So basically, you know, if anybody is behaving badly, it's toxic behavior. Our ability to understand it. And if I give you a personal example, my own journey in my life has been that I've always had a strong masculine energy. That doesn't mean I'm aggressive or mean, or it's just that it's about being a logical female. I love my preference to be logic, as I can use my intuition. So understanding femininity and masculinity in a new context. And I understand where people's fears are, because we see masculine energy as sometimes the bully, the tyrant, the aggressor, but actually in a true sense of yin yang. So we take it into nature. Feminine and masculine energy are the two energies that complement each other to create everything in our universe. It's the square and the straight line, and the curve and the circle. So if you think about it, we need we need masculine and feminine energy. You see it in nature much more easily. The challenge in human beings is that we've got very caught up in the biases and the barriers, the stereotypes, and when things went wrong, and that was, you know, that was the man doing something wrong or the woman not promoting herself. And there was an article just the other day about women having to be masculine in the workplace in order to get on. And my challenge is that the workplace itself, the landscape has not changed. So I know from my own experience as a masculine-minded female, I'm all female, and one might look at that and say that's your feminine energy, but I'm looking at where our preferences are. So I think it's a good step forward to look at positive masculinity, and dare I say positive femininity, i.e. we're looking at the positive nature of the traits that we can bring together. And I don't believe that women have to be a man to be at work, and men don't have to be a woman in order to be soft. We can acquire those traits in us by developing our own awareness and changing the consciousness of business. So there are companies that actually do relate extremely well to their people. So I call a corporate heart culture. Someday, like Patagonia or Virgin, the companies that are notable for honoring their men and women, they don't have this problem. Does that answer the question, I hope?
I think that does, yeah. And it's all about laws of duality, isn't it? Where there's hot, there's cold. You've just got, you're going to have, you have another question that I'm going to quickly ask. And then I know we have two amazing speakers waiting, one from South Africa, one from Uganda. So I can't wait to introduce them. And thank you for your patience. We'll just go to this last question, which was, if I can find it.
Was it on there?
It's in the chat. I'm just...
Was it about gender bias in the workplace?
It was about digitalization and...
I think it said, with digitalization, do you think gender bias in the workplace should still sustain? I think all of this is about having conversations and not being behind a screen. I mean, I know I'm behind the screen now, but not relying on machines, actually getting in touch with people and being honest. We had that mention with Don and with Stan. You know, yeah. We've got to get honest with people and say, you know, what kind of world do we want? Do we want a world on purpose that actually understands harmony? And what is my view of harmony? And can I listen to it? So just as a guideline, if somebody says something that you don't really like, they have a view that you don't like, you can always say, well, that's a very interesting perspective. Let me think about it. You don't have to commit. You don't have to stay in a situation where somebody's being nasty. If you can, walk away from it, or at least pull a blanket of love around yourself and say, well, that's an interesting point of view. Let me think about it. And that's the idea of having a wisdom circle. So no judgment, no anger, and no coercion.
No, completely, I agree. And you put it so well, the way you put it across, with especially with the slides, are really, really, you know, well presented. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Crawford. If anybody wants to follow Dr. Crawford, please connect with her on LinkedIn. I know she is also on different social medias. And without any further ado, I'm going to go over to Pumza, who's been waiting patiently and looking so beautiful as she is. So welcome. I'm going to give you 15 minutes. If you wanted to share a screen, please do. And it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Nina. Lina, we've just gone on load shedding. So if there's any trouble with buffering, I probably will go off video and then just do the audio. But if you can confirm, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but you're...
Can you hear me, Nina? Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Well, greetings to everyone across the world and the most amazing speakers. Okay, fantastic. Greetings to everyone across the world. It's such an honor to be part of the World Leaders Summit and to hear from the quality speakers that you've just hosted, Nina. Today's topic, I'm handling a topic called a need for a different conversation about inclusion. And it's such a topic that is close to my heart. And as heavens would align, I'm speaking after my leader, who is Dr. Pauline. She is the global chairperson for the G100. And she is heading up a stream that is called positive masculinity. So whatever she's speaking about, my talk is definitely about it, but about a practical example of how our organizations, so for celebrations of women's events, I am looked at.
Okay, maybe I think we've just lost Bumza. This is another reminder of when you do get the internet signal, how appreciative we should be, because I know in South Africa, they often lose electricity, and with the shedding, as they call it, it's a really, really testing thing. She's trying to enter the room. I'm just going to let her back in and continue. We might need a little bit of patience with Bumza because, as I said, it's a situation of where she's living and what are the things they have to endure on a daily basis. So it's another reminder of us to be grateful. Bumza, she's actually connecting to the audio. Hi, yeah, Bumza. You want to carry on?
Yeah.
I think she's still connecting to the audio, but yeah, as I was saying, it really does make it hit home. And I've spoken to quite a lot of South Africans, and I know the struggle that they have. Bumza, if you can hear me, please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina. Apologies, I wouldn't miss this for the world. This is just where I need to be today, so nothing will stop me today. So Nina, I am a C-level corporate leader in the organization, and I've had an opportunity of seeing the past years where we've been having the same conversations as women. So women's events, which are celebrated around the 9th of August in South Africa, have been events where we celebrate women, but also what it tended to be marred by was often women complaining about men. And the conversation was the same. It was us griping about the men's club, about how men were making sure that they were not creating spaces for women to progress. So this year was particularly difficult for the country because we had gone through a number of scourges on gender-based violence. We've had a number of murders of women, and it was a hard time to celebrate anything. We needed a different conversation. Women were not in a space of celebrating, and the tone and just the energy around organizations was that of fear. Women were fearful. We were fearful in organizations. We feared for our lives, for our safety. And it was difficult to speak of anything that is worth celebrating because of just all the challenges that had been experienced. So it really required a lot from us to be creative as the leaders, because leaders are who women would look up to for solutions. Women look up to us to at least be the beacon of hope for them. And in the seats that we handle, they expecting us to come back with answers and resolutions for their challenges. And it is a position of responsibility, because if you cannot really participate meaningfully around that table, then you're not supposed to be around that table. So my topic today would say is a need for a different conversation about inclusion is based on a test I actually made this Women's Day celebrations, which was the 9th of August, where for the first time, we invited men to come and engage. And we invited men understanding that we were in a position of anger. We were in a position of fear. We were in a position of not trusting them because of all the things that had happened to us. Yet our hearts were open to engage meaningfully because we needed to see the change. I did receive a lot of flashback from many senior women because they did not understand exactly what I was trying to achieve. And they felt it was their space, and rightfully so, because in the past, it was a space for lashing back. My purpose, Nina, was definitely to say, I cannot leave this earth the same as I left it. I cannot bear to have my children experiencing exactly what I had experienced, both from society, but also from a corporate environment. If there was ever to be a change, I needed to at least test that all that I could courageously test to come up with answers. So we invited a panel of 3 gentlemen and 3 ladies. And I set the ground rules that Dr. Pauline had referred to, that it would be a conversation of no judgment. We had to listen with intent and from both sides and acknowledge the validity of everyone's feelings and emotions. We also had to respect everyone's point of view, because until you walk in another person's shoes, you cannot claim to know what they are thinking. We also opened the space to be a place of vulnerability, and where people would be openly sharing their fears, because there would be no judgment. Now, you have to understand how challenging this was, especially in a patriarchal society that is Africa and South Africa in this context. And there was a lot of reservations when we started engaging and getting into the discussions. So what was important and what I learned from this is we had senior members participating and men from the board level of the organization, because we talk about inclusion, but we never get to hear the voice of the male leaders, especially at board level, on what their position is when it comes to conversations of inclusion. We also had a C-level men who were part of our EXCO and who women had been always dying to hear from and to hear the perspectives, especially from the technical environments where we understood that's where the most challenges were, where women felt suppressed and they were not experiencing the same kind of opportunities as men. We also invited men who were objective and holding neutral roles. One of them was from a risk environment, but culturally, you could see there was a lot of...
Sorry to interrupt in between. We always support women, and that's the reason I give the mic to Nina to host the entire summit. Instead of me doing it, even though I'm the founder, I always give mic to others so that they can become a great leader. Just wanted to understand and curious that you have hosted an amazing event. We all understand. Just wanted to understand about your topic, like you applied as a new conversation on inclusion. Is it like about your summit that you hosted, or is there anything you wanted to convey as a message? Because there are questions which is coming up from the social media about your speech that you are delivering. So if you can please enlighten us, it will be great.
The speech today is a need for a different conversation about inclusion. And I'm using the story about the event I held on the lessons that I've had when I tried a different conversation to the status quo. So the annual conversations about women, griping about everyone. So this time around, we changed the tone of the conversations to say, let's invite men into the conversation, because society is built by both men and women. So that was it. So if there's any lesson I learned, and I'll bring about the lessons from these conversations, because they were quite so impactful for me. And I'm hoping that it will encourage a whole lot of other women to start having these open and harmonious conversations with their partners, whether it is in a corporate environment, whether it is in a societal environment, but to start having open and vulnerable conversations. Why I'm saying this is that in the past, it was a combative kind of discussion where, whilst we were hosting and celebrating women because we needed to elevate women, but there was a lot of negative sentiments and negative discussions about them versus all of us, being co-creators of this new world. So the need for a conversation is to encourage all of the women, all of the gentlemen. I mean, there are gentlemen who are starting up these conversations, but they have not had the courage because they are maybe
individuals, and they don't know that necessarily they are doing something quite impactful that is changing the narrative and changing the conversation. So here are the lessons I learned from this about the need for inclusion. So as opposed to what we've always been pushing for on inclusion, which has been about legislation, which has been about policies, I have learned that inclusion is a heart conversation, and it requires both genders to come to the table from a position of the heart. If we retain our positions of them and they, it does not move the needle, it does not move the conversation. For me, this event was quite impactful because there are things I learned about men, and men were open enough to be vulnerable, to talk to us about the deepest fears. And it required that kind of courage to say, let's start, even if it has not been done before, let's do it, and to hear the other perspectives. The lessons I learned from men were men are fearful of inclusion. And this is talking to the men that were part of the panel, and which resonated with the greater part of the invitees we had on the day. When I asked the men, what do you fear the most about inclusion? The response I received was, we fear that women will take over. We fear that women want to control us. We fear that women will take the entire pie and want to be 90%, of the economy, instead of, hearing us what we mean when we talk about inclusion. And I think it becomes important for us to really go to the basics when we talk about inclusion. What was important here was to not shame the gentleman who came up with that sentiment, but to see that as an opportunity for educating, but also see it as an opportunity that this is this very same man that has an opportunity to influence other men, but to engage openly and really educate that. Far from it, how can we move from a telecoms environment where we have only about 19% of women in senior leadership positions? How do we move to an extreme of having 90% of the women when we have not even started to get to half of that? So we engage meaningfully on that, but at least we got to understand what is at the core of the fears. What we also understood was that men do recognize when women are being marginalized. At the core of us, Arjit, when we see a woman being spoken over in boardrooms, the blank stares that we receive from men, we assume that they're not getting it. We assume that they missed that point. But it was so intriguing to understand that they are very much aware, and they have an opportunity of actually intervening at that moment and being the core advocates for their colleagues. And in this conversation, it is where we had an engagement and women were explaining to them how they could participate and support them as the core advocates for women. We also understood that men have had bad experience. There are men who have tried to support women and advocate for women. But because sometimes the language they use is not necessary, is at times a very corrosive language, which women take offense to, we often tend to miss the point, and we attack men on the basis of what they know, what they don't know. And it was a call for women to have a little bit of openness, to say that do recognize that there are men that are standing with us and are advocating for inclusion. And instead of ostracizing them, engage, educate, and try to help them in understanding the conversation better. We also understood that men who were making significant changes and making bold statements were men who could challenge stereotypes, men who could go back to the cultural norms and challenge those cultural norms. And this was because it was a context where we had an example of a board member who had a challenge, a situation from a cultural norm, and actually required a re-education of culture, because the view was that culture does change, culture does evolve. With women as well, I think it took a lot of growing up, and it took a lot of understanding with wisdom how to engage meaningfully with men. We had to acknowledge that sometimes we move from the position of head, but still we need to see the light in all of this. And with this, it was because the very same position that we take, that we have been hurt by men, but we have also have had men who have been really advocates for us and helped our progress in corporate environments, and men who are uncles and fathers who have really stood by us and supported our growth. So if you have a balanced view of what men can be, you actually approach the conversations differently. We have an opportunity to change the narrative from a position of wisdom. We have an opportunity to be positive and lighthouses, especially to the younger generation, where we can teach with wisdom and have an engagement from an open heart. We have an opportunity to unmask the fear with wisdom. When I handle matters from a corporate environment, it depends on a situation and it requires wisdom for you to know, do I challenge this with immediacy or do I observe and engage in a positive manner later? So that is the lessons that we have. We have to have open conversations with gentlemen, especially in the societies that we're coming from that are marred by gender-based violence. We have to communicate and find men who will support us in advocating for a new narrative and a new conversation. Thank you very much, Arjit.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hamza. Because of time, we are going to keep moving. We
will have one or two questions, Nina. If it is
okay, we have some questions. Okay, I'm going to go on mute.
So a lot of comments actually came from social media, but I'll pull up two questions. That's okay, and after that we'll go to from Uganda. If that. So comment came that from a lady from Asia. Men and women are always equal. They should do fine. We hear a man crying while speaking just a couple of hours back. From empowerment of women, how do you propose to empower men? They are not empowered or not at all. Probably she wanted to say that men are ignored. Christina Lee from Thailand.
That is a very beautiful question. And I think why my question is always about, it's in fact, in explaining the topic for today of saying we need to change the narrative, it's coming from the hardcore conversations where people were about femininity and pushing all of this agenda about saying elevate women and so on. And we're saying, no, there is a space for both because we're all bringing different energies around the table and there's a need to embrace both. It is such a challenge that in elevation of women, we have started to exclude and ignore men. Now, Arjit, I have a son and I have a responsibility of ensuring that I do not leave the world in a worse extreme where my son will be the one that is marginalized. So in engaging and really trying to get a balance for women, balance really was about trying to get to a point where we have the same visibility, we have the same access to opportunities. It is also saying acknowledge men for their giftings and create a space for them to also be, recognized. And let's not go for extremes of having individual meetings where women are celebrated individually and there's an extreme now that has come out in environments, but let's co-create as both genders for the world that we want to see.
Lovely, lovely. So just for your information, we just co-hosted a summit in Ghana in October, wherein the vice president of the country came and we created the entire ecosystem over there. So if you need any kind of support in your country, feel free to let us know. In fact, one of your former MP is a friend of mine. So we'll be more than happy to support and help. Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. I love that.
Over to you, Nina.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Arjit, and thanks for raising those questions. Thank you again, Hamza. We're going to go straight on to Kalkari because I know he's been patiently waiting. And I'm excited to hear what he's going to bring onto the stage today. I know that he's in Uganda. Can you hear me, Kalkari? Are you sharing your screen already? Amazing. I'm going to let you do your thing. Thank you.
Good evening once again. Where I'm talking from right now, Uganda, Kampala, the capital city. It's exactly 7:30. I was supposed to talk in about a 6:45. But of course, I have been following. I really appreciate the speakers, the previous speakers, for the wonderful work they have done. They have really done a great job. And I have really appreciated and I have learned a lot because where I am, I'm among of the people, or my organization is among of the organization that implements sustainable development goals, the SDG number 5, gender equality. So I really treasure when we talk about gender equality issues. So I'm called Mugume Bernard Kaikara. I'm the founder and executive director of Focus Youth Forum. And recently, I was also given another task as an ambassador for Uganda World Leader Summit. I really appreciate our leader who really trusted me to take that role. And I promise I'm going to deliver because I'm very dedicated and I'm always want to deliver whenever I'm assigned, I'm given an assignment. So today, I'm going to talk about social entrepreneurship, the importance of social entrepreneurship. Because Focus Youth Forum is a social enterprise. And I have a lot I would like to share with you in this very short time, the 15 minutes have been given. Just briefly about me. Just briefly about me. This is me. I'm the founder and executive director of Focus Youth Forum, as I've told you. Focus Youth Forum is a social enterprise that was started in 2016 with the aim of empowering young people to find their purpose in life, most especially in addressing youth unemployment. Uganda is one of the African young countries whose population 80% is composed of young people below the age of 35 years. There is a great potential for this country to prosper once these young people are given the right skills. So I'm among of the pioneers or the founders of Social Enterprise Forum in Uganda because we realize that in order to drive our economy inclusiveness is to drive the economy via social entrepreneurship. I'm also an alumni of Young African Leaders Initiative. This is an initiative that was started by President Barack Obama to empower African young leaders. We have East Africa, we have West Africa, we have South Africa, we have North Africa. So for East Africa, its headquarters is based in Nairobi. So I'm among of the graduates who's dedicated to transform Africa when it comes to entrepreneurship. This is one of my teams that I work with, that I have empowered, collaboration, and we are working hard to skill the young people. Yeah, our aim is to give young people skills. This is one of the young people we are empowering, especially the young girls. We give them skills in tailoring and fashion and design, dressing, catering, mechanics, and electronics. Briefly, I would like to bring you to attention to social entrepreneurship because you might be wondering why social entrepreneurship. In brief, social entrepreneurship is about turning ideas into action. Simply is that social entrepreneurship is a process by which individuals or startup or entrepreneurs develop and fund solutions that are directly that directly address social issues. A social entrepreneur, therefore, is a person who explores a business opportunity that have a positive impact to their community in a society or in the world. So we would like to interrogate why social entrepreneurship, because social entrepreneurship has been proven as a way of sustaining the world, because most businesses that run have been mainly focusing on profit making. But in order to have a safe world, we can use a model, social entrepreneurship model, which really talks about addressing issues, then profit next, or plowing the profits back into the community. Why social entrepreneurship? Social entrepreneurship, yeah. We would like to know why social entrepreneurship. We have put some of the reasons why someone should engage in social entrepreneurship in their respective communities or countries if we want to make a better world. So social entrepreneurs, they draw attention to a pressing problem. For example, social entrepreneurs are social initiators. That is another word of social entrepreneur. It improves the lives of citizens by highlighting the pressing problems that might plague a neighborhood, a country, or a group of people. Social entrepreneurs, they create economic value by creating jobs, producing an income, or nurturing an entire network of business partners. For example, what we are doing right now, this is really a network of different business partners. Already now, we as speakers, we're already partners. We are sharing the common goal. We are sharing the common cause. So if you have a solution that suits my country, you can present it, or we can work together. If I have one, we can work together. So social entrepreneurs, they act as a catalyst for social change. That one is more obvious because in a country where I am right now, I have used this approach in my organization. You find that a community is stuck, and let's say, for example, we in Uganda, our biggest challenge is poverty and employment. And why is poverty? Because a big percentage of people or women are not inclusive, especially in accessing finance. They are not. They can't go to the bank and access the finances to use to inject in their businesses. So we have tried to put some small capital that is tailored to that kind of group. Those ones who are not having big properties to act as security, those ones who don't have land, those ones who don't have physical assets like cars or houses. But we really understand their problems, and we directly impact into their lives. Social entrepreneurs, they generate social value. Social value, this is the general improvement you see in the society. So these are social entrepreneurs. They want to see a general improvement. They want to see a difference. They are not about profits. So the social entrepreneurs inspire others. What we do, like me, doing what I'm doing right now, I was inspired by other people whom I saw they are doing good things that were really changing their communities, and I had to really say I can also do it. That's why I got into impacting lives, because the big population of the young people needed more efforts to make a big change. So they inspire others, and also as the network grows like that, that is social entrepreneurship, the purpose of social entrepreneurship. They can influence policies, government policies around the world. Movement inspired by, spearheaded by social initiators have gathered strong popular support, in which in turn it has helped political will needed and make a fundamental change. So because we really understand the challenges that are affecting the ordinary person, we try to bring or to package their needs to the people who are in policy making, so that we can drive a change. We can act as their voice to be listened, because not everyone has an opportunity to present their challenges or their ideas, the policymakers. So it's an organized body of social entrepreneurs who put up the needs of the ordinary person, and then they are able to present to the policymakers for action. They create unique opportunities. Social entrepreneurs, by their actions and initiatives, can provide unique opportunities for millions of individuals around the world. I see where I stand right now, I see World Leader Summit as a social enterprise. Because first of all, the initiators looked at how can we bring different people from different countries together, and they share their views and ideas. So this is it's a way of bringing people together, bringing ideas together, and opportunities that can cover millions. I'm seated here in Uganda, but I have been able to listen from someone from USA, from someone from South Africa, from someone from India, from someone from where those are millions of opportunities. And I believe right now, after this summit, we can exchange ideas, we can exchange contacts, we can work together. So social entrepreneurs, they draw attention to a pressing challenge, like as I told you. They can also be a change in people's behavior. Most things that happen in our communities, these behaviors can be influenced. So social entrepreneurs, because they are looking into someone's life, they can easily influence it, because they work with people, they bring solutions to people, and they want people to be okay. So they can fight against bad behaviors in people, in household, in the community, and in the country. They save lives. So at the end of the day, perhaps most noteworthy, the impact of social entrepreneurs is the ability to literally save lives. At the end of the day, we want to see lives changed. We want to see lives saved. Good enough with the World Leaders Summit is that it brings different expertise, health, and when they are all combined, then lives will be saved. I also would like to share some principles of social entrepreneurship. Some were highlighted by Muhammad Yunus, who's an icon of social entrepreneurship, who has started different initiatives, and they have sustained good enough in India. He has done a lot even towards driving social entrepreneurship. So some of the principles of social entrepreneurship is that business objectives will be to overcome poverty or one or more problems such as education, health, technology access, and environment, which threaten people or society, not for profit maximization. So if you wish to be a social entrepreneur or you wish to invest in a social enterprise, These are key things that you need to note. Like that, do not only focus on maximizing profits. Look at the impact you are going to get first. Financial and economic sustainability. Social entrepreneurs, we look at things that can sustain our operation.
Sorry to interrupt. Like, we have only 1 minute left. I can give you 1 minute grace period. We are already crossing the time limit. I'm really sorry for the interruption.
Okay. So I'm just summarizing good enough. Investors, to get back their investment amount only, no dividends given beyond the investment money. So when you wish to invest in a social enterprise, look at not say like you can return back your money invested in, but then the profits that are accrued can be reinvested back into the organization. Then we have issues of like gender sensitivity and environment conscious. We social entrepreneurs put those two things first, because like my sister from South Africa has noted, it is very, very important. We have to be gender inclusive. Workforce gets market wages with better working conditions. And at the end of the day, to be a social entrepreneur, you have to do it with joy. You have to be in whatever you are doing, because that is something you do out of passion. Then the rest follows. So we build partnerships, we allow partnerships, we both locally and internationally, because social entrepreneurship, you can't do it alone. But what we have to do, or what drives us, is a smile. Because we are touching the lives of young people, we do it with a smile, we work with a smile, and we're open in terms of diversity. To partner with us, I have put across my contacts and my WhatsApp and my email, and also our Facebook link and LinkedIn. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share more about social entrepreneurship, because social entrepreneurship is tested to be one of the best way to address the issues that are really pressing us, pressing our communities and our country. And it is for inclusiveness. It is leaving no one behind. Thank you so much for your time, and I would like to hear or to share with you more. Thank you so much.
Before Nina takes the podium, let me come forward. Let me tell you something. Can you please kindly turn off your screen sharing? Yeah. Just turn off your screen share. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. As a founder, to be very honest, we tried our best to give all the speakers, their respective time. We tried to respect every one of them. To be very honest, let me tell this in front of everyone. This is live and being recorded. I am blessed to have multiple women who are taking care of our women empowerment as well as entrepreneurship committee and heading them. You saw probably Ragni 2 days continuously. She is leading 2 panels as well as brought in all her speakers. You saw for last 2 days, Nina is trying her best hosting the entire summit. Not only that, she brought in her speakers. We tried to give all of you the comfort zone that we could have given. We tried our best to give you WhatsApp message. We have been sending you emails. It's an automated message that we have been sending. Unfortunately, a couple of them are not following the email. Their time, they're probably the links. So we have been sending them WhatsApp as well. I'm really sorry that, because you made a statement that, you're supposed to speak in some time and, that there is a time disruption. I'm really sorry for that. We actually, me, Nina, and all other people, you don't know what is going on in the background. We are trying our best to give you best possible time and best possible comments that we can probably pull up. Let me tell you some interesting fact about World Leaders Summit. The entire summit is happening live in Facebook. Not only that, it is there in Twitter as well as in our Instagram, we are getting comments. So it is not about only the Facebook live comment we are getting messages, multiple places, different places. So I'm really sorry on behalf of all the team members of World Leader Summit, if we couldn't give you time on your proper time. There are a lot of speakers, we changed their time. There is a technical issue. So we tried our best to give them a place to speak. For an example, Don spoke a couple of minutes ago. His speaking slot was different. So I'm really sorry, even we got emails from earlier speaker that he was supposed to speak 1 hour earlier and he was disappointed. For you, you actually send us a mail from probably South Africa. I'm not taking your name, but the way you are sending us emails is not appreciated in the entire summit, to be very honest. We have been trying our best, and please respect the hosts who are actually doing it. Woman as a power is the greatest power. Trust me on this, whoever is sending us these mails. So Nina as a person, I respect her and will be respect her, as well as all those speakers who are actually speaking. We have a lot of respect for all of you. Please allow us to run this summit as much as we can. We are trying our best. There will be issues. It's not a small summit. We are supposed to do it with 97 countries. Let me tell you a figure and fact. We are now at the moment 111 countries, 150 speakers. We couldn't even publish a couple of them because it was just, increasing the banner size like anything. So we are trying our best. Hope you understand how many timelines we are trying to manage. Yeah, so it's not that easy. I'm really sorry on behalf of the entire team of WLS if we overshoot some time, or maybe if we couldn't give you the time. Over to you, Nina. Thank you. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you for that, Arid. Yeah, it's a testing time for the organisers, and as one of the ambassadors, I could just come in and try and keep things going. So without any further ado, I want to thank you for your speech, and I want to pass it on now to, I think we have Subrata. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, am I audible and visible?
Well, we can hear you clearly. I'm going to hand you the mic, and you have 15 minutes, hopefully, to deliver your presentation or speech, whatever the case may be. Thank you.
So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all from, just now we heard that it was 97 when I last was informed. Now it is 111 countries and so many speakers across the world, right? So it's really an amazing, experience and an opportunity. And I would like to thank at the outset I call him brother, my brother Arijit, Nina, and all at World Leader Summit, right, for the fantastic, platform and the activities that you are doing. It's really awesome. So basically, coming to the topic straight away, because there is a time limitation. My topic is marketing in 2025. Now you may be thinking that, why 2025? The reason is that we pass through VUCA times, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And as VUCA was going on, we moved into the COVID times. So VUCA became, COVID became, the normal, and then there was a new normal. So it was pre-COVID, COVID, and now post-COVID. And the world is passing through a lot of turbulence. So as marketers, we first need to understand the marketing environment. So if you talk about the marketing environment per se, globally, there is a lot of turbulence in the US markets. We are always hearing the news about the US markets, about the European markets, right? So there is, war which is still going on. right? And many countries are devastated. And if you are talking about the GDP figures worldwide, they are shrinking. So basically, we are approaching the end of 2022. And as we move to 2023, there will be some sort of a stabilization, and possibly by 2025, things will become stable. But then we are in a very dynamic world. So when I say we are in a dynamic world, it means that the technology that we are using today may be redundant tomorrow. So basically, in 2025 and from now onwards, right, the first thing which is going to rock the world is AI. So it is AI first approach that people do talk about. So chatbots will lead the way in the future of marketing. And this is according to Forbes. The market value of AI is 93.5 billion USD now, and it is going to reach a whopping 190.61 billion USD by 2025. So AI first approach will help track and view the sales analytics, which is coming up in a big way. Besides, by 2025, we will see a lot of voice-enabled technology, deep tech coming up in a big way, which will power the contextual interaction. Voice advertising is already there with Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri, etc. Right? The use of smart speakers, which make the customers communicate and explore the products from anywhere in their home. By 2025 also, we are going to see that VR, that is virtual reality, is going to take the lead in marketing trends. So the customers would be able to enjoy amazing emotions and experience as they shop for the products and the brands with colorful and engaging advertising. So customers will come back time and again, and this would increase the loyalty to a product or brand, possibly with more emotions. So the emotional connect through the digital mode would be on a high by 2025. Next, very important is user-generated content will be on the rise, with existing customers explaining their personal experience with the brand. And this is going to change the entire marketing scenario. So user-generated content would be the strategy by 2025. Also, we would see that social channels would be the new internet. So we already have seen that YouTube, TikTok, the videos, podcasts, and different social media, popular social media, right? They are already advertising, and that is boosting sales. The next important thing which we would see is personalization. So personalization would be the prime driver of marketing by 2025, and also personalized content will be the table stakes. So co-creation, personalized marketing, individualized marketing, influencer marketing would come up in a big way by 2025. Already it is there, but it would boom and the market would grow infinitely, if not infinitely, at least to a large extent by 2025. Among the emerging economies, India will become the 7th largest market by 2025, and that is a forecast by Group M. So presently the market is around 22.1%. Also, very importantly, I should mention that the global metaverse market will be $344.7 billion by 2027, which is growing at a whopping 37.8% year on year. So these are, the trends and the things that we would see which would change the marketing. So marketing is not the brick and mortar marketing that we used to see, but what you would see is tech-enabled marketing with customers and companies interacting on a real time digitally, and that would change the world that we are in. That's my brief presentation. Thank you so much. I hope I have managed to finish in time.
Thank you so much for that. Yes. Do we have any questions at all, Arijit?
Yeah. What is the future of job looks like? Mainly the remote work is actually evolving so much. So what's your opinion? That's a question from social media.
Yeah. So in fact, today I was reading a report wherein the developed economies which are using robots, and they feared that many would lose jobs, but that is not actually happening. So the job market would be there, but it would transform. So hence the need is to imbibe new skills and be equipped so that one can be at par with what the market needs are. That's in brief what I have to say.
Thank you.
It's ever-changing times, aren't they, Subrata? So you're literally saying you've got to keep up with technology too. So I totally get that.
Yeah, one has to be very agile. In fact, Arijit and myself was there in another conference of, Agile India. So one has to be really agile and always on the toes and, learn to change, learn, unlearn, relearn, and then learn again.
I agree with your last comment completely, because we're taught a certain way, and then when something new comes, we sometimes don't want to adapt because we get used to the way we're used to it. So having to unlearn and learn again is definitely the message forward, and I'll leave it with that. Thank you so much for being here today. Complete respect and love from London to you. And then we have our final speaker of the day, I believe, who is called Maitha, and she's calling us from Dubai. Is it Maitha? Could you tell me how to pronounce your name? Sorry.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was on mute actually.
Welcome to the
I was actually trying to put the background, but unfortunately it doesn't work. I have no idea. Is it okay?
Yeah, no, it's definitely okay, not to worry. You're our final speaker. Welcome to the World Leader Summit. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to tell us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you. So thank you for the intro, dear. And yeah, as you mentioned, my name is Engineer Maitha Blushi. From engineer, I think everyone knows that I have bachelor's degree in electronics engineer. At the same time, I have diploma in hospitality. I know it's not related to each other, but because as a UAE national, we had the difficulties if people actually studied hospitality diploma. So I was thinking why I don't do this. But actually, today's topic is not about my degree, it's not about me. It's actually, I've heard a lot of people talking about agile, by the way, I'm an IT department, I'm a banker, so I'm more into agile. Thank you to the previous speaker that he was talking about agile, and I'm really interested on that. And but basically today, I will talk about how to surround yourself with joy. I know people right now is telling me, why she want to talk about joy? There is a lot of entrepreneurs talking about how to be an entrepreneur, investments, financial, a lot of things, because world the Leader Summit is a big summit that includes a lot of people across the world, which is amazing. But today I will definitely talk about how to surround yourself with joy. And joy is something really important to our life, but why we need that? I will give you 2 tips. I won't take that longer of today's summit because I know we have a lot of speakers in front of us. So I have 2 tips in my life why I do need to surround myself with joy. The first tip is that I need to get out my negative people out of my life and surround me with positive. There's a lot of CEOs, CTOs, CEOs. They are doing great job in their life. And a lot of leaders and executives also, they're doing an amazing, okay? But at the end, they came to me, Meta, I think we are not happy. But why are you feeling not happy? Because they think that there's something missing in their life. There is a gap. The gap is people. Whenever you finish with your work, I know everyone having their own job, being a speaker, being an MC. By the way, I'm a public speaker as well and MC as well. So that's why I'm just putting these things in my conversations. So they're doing the great job on the stage and they are fabulous and stunning. But why we don't have a networking, a big networking and build a relationship between us and people as well? So this is where really, like, you know, take our life to a positive thing. Put a war shield between you and the negative people. Negative people will never like you. I know that. They will try to pull you down because they feel like you are doing a great job. And we are human beings. It's something really obvious because of the jealousy. But at the end, we have this thing that I think it's common in the globally. You just take the words of the sentence from this ear and take it out of that ears, which is do whatever you want to do. That's why put a big war shield between you and negative people and try to be you. Believe in yourself. Open a big door between you and the opportunity. There's a lot of people, as I said, which grab you down because you're amazing. I'm telling you, everyone who's seeing me right now, you are stunning. You are amazing. You are absolutely gorgeous and handsome as well. So do whatever you want to do. Surround yourself with positive people. After you're done with your work, grab their hands and go for coffee, go for a restaurant. I know, especially in the IT department, I will specify our IT department, we having a really tough working. We have work, and then home. We have no time to do anything else. But at least give yourself 1 hour and 30 minutes with your colleague. Try to open a conversation not related to work. Please, I'm begging everyone, when you stay with your colleagues, don't open things related to work. Open things related to your personal life if you would like to. For example, what kind of dishes do you like? For me, I like spaghetti, for example. Like I have 3 dishes a day. Wow. So talk about this kind of stuff that makes you feel better emotionally, like anything makes you feel better. The second tips that I would like to say is that smile and laugh as much as you can. Just laugh, but don't laugh as a crazy person, please. Laugh in a way which people likes your smile too. In our bodies, there's something called adrenaline. This adrenaline thing, whenever you smile and start to laugh, it shows in your face directly. So try to laugh and smile in front of people. There is a lot of leaders here in the UAE. Thanks to our leaders and thanks to their mission and thanks to their vision, they taught us how to smile even if we're having a bad time in our life. Because whenever you show to people that you are really having a tough time, that you are really, what we called it, you can't do it, for example, but try to smile. In this case, people will see the smile on your face and what they will say back. Wow, look how she's smiling back to us, even if she had a tough time, for example. So this is what we taught for our leaders. Whenever we see them in the TV, whenever we see them in the social media, their smiles never give up. They will start smiling till the end of the video or till the end of the post. So do this. It's not because of the people, but do it because of you. You deserve this smile. So joy for me is people smile and start to laugh. I try to make this session more into active and entertainment because just, I don't know the timing in other countries, but in the UAE right now, it's almost 9 p.m. So I just want to make people like, not to get sleepy, not to get bored. So that's why I'm trying to active with them. So yeah, and I like this quote. It's like, you find your inner diamond. We are flowers, and inside each flower, there is a diamond. Take it out, show it to people. Don't show them that you are a hard worker. We see it, it's obvious. Show them that you are happy, whatever you want to do. Show them how successful you are, the way that you smile back to them. This is the most important thing to me. Whenever I be on a stage being an MC, the only thing which attracts me is people emotions while they're smiling. I get energized when I saw their smile. I become, okay, now I don't have alarm in my life. If you will not tell me to stop speaking on the stage, I will never end because people are smiling back to me. So be that person, smile like you are right now smiling to me, and I like your smile. So do it. And I don't want to take that much of the time, but the people who are actually success in their life and they're facing a lot of negative people, I will tell you one thing. Lions and tigers, they are so powerful, but wolf doesn't perform in circus. So be that wolf. Take it out of your life and be that wolf and show people that you are different. You are unique even when you're with your smile. Be who you are. Don't copy people. I know a lot of people, what they're doing actually is that, oh my God, she's doing a really great job. I would like to take her path. No, she have her own path or he have his own journey. You have also yours. Just take it. Don't copy people. What they are doing is good, but this is not you. This is they. But you have to find your own success, your own journey way. Be that wolf. Don't perform in other circuses. Just be you. So I just want to end this session just so quickly saying that you are the joy of your life. Don't find the joy with others. Like, as I said, you need to gather, you need to do, and you need to network, and you need to do a lot of things. But you need to find your own joy. You need to find your own personality, your own charisma. Let people like you. And this is the most important thing nowadays. Networking, opportunity, taking risk, and be you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you.
You were amazing. I love that you ended the World Leader Summit Day today with such a positive, high energy talk. And you're completely right. We should celebrate exactly who we are. We shouldn't try to look like anyone else or be like anyone else because we're individual. So whoever we are, whatever we have, we should be grateful and completely be in love with ourselves, because that authenticity then is passed on through our work, through our voice, through everything else. And I love that you said about smiling, because the world's a better place when more people smile, right? So I completely agree. How about you, Arijit?
It's amazing. I mean, full of energy. I really loved it. In fact, Maitha, I was talking to Sandy, if you know her, Sandy Saxena.
Yes, of course. Who doesn't know her?
He's our ambassador in World Leader Summit for Dubai.
Wow, she's amazing. She's the queen of every place.
I know. Yeah. Lovely, full of energy. Just a quick few comments, which is from social media. Let me grab it. Many comments actually came, but I'll pick up only 3. Malini is saying that I would love to meet you when I'm in Dubai, Maitha. I'm an entrepreneur. So she's a woman entrepreneur from India. Robert from okay, so Robert is from Tuanhuang, that area, probably somewhere in Asia. He's saying that you are full with energy.
Thank you.
Beautiful inputs. Would love to understand how will you quantify happiness? That's the question from a person called Mr. Sharkar. How do you quantify happiness, if you can?
So see, I'm 26 years old. Maybe it looks elder. I don't know. But I'm 26 years old and I had no one to support me in my life, actually. I have my own parents, which usually they support you. But when you're looking toward your friends, when you're looking toward your colleagues, it's difficult to find someone to support you. I did things by myself and with my parents as well. As I said, I'm an engineer. I have diploma in hospitality, and I've been selected the first UAE ambassador in Switzerland under HTMI University, which sometimes we have meetings in Switzerland and something like that. At the same time, I'm a banker. At the same time, public speaker, master of ceremony, and a lot of programs that I'm an ambassador with them as well. So for me, happiness is people asking me, how do you find your own happiness? Do you have a lot of these things in your bag? I was telling them, if you like whatever you want to do, directly you will find your own happiness. You don't need to grab, you don't need to dig down and find your own happiness. You have it already. The only thing is that you need to do is that just be who you are, like whatever you want to do, directly it will show in you. So simple.
Super. So over to Nia. I think
a question for you, actually. We all have down days. We all have days where we think, oh my God, the list is so big, and we have to give ourselves a little pep talk with somebody, like you said, there's nobody else really around you to do that. So on those days that things really get heavy for you, could you give maybe a couple of ways for people that are still listening just before we end today's summit of how they can pick themselves up when they're in that down, dark space? Because there's a lot of changes going on around the world. In England, it's super cold and the energy bills are very high. A lot of people are worrying about how they're going to afford their bills and their mortgages. So could you just leave the summit today with some ways, some tips so that people can pick themselves up?
Exactly. I totally agree with you that we do have to-do lists, like a long to-do list. And sometimes we don't know even how to prioritize because everything is really important to us. So when it comes to prioritize, it's really difficult. But whatever you want to do is that if you are an employee, just focus on your work first when it comes to morning, then focus on whatever makes you feel comfortable with. Sometimes we have, like, after the work, we have external meetings, like with people for, like, networking, some kind of businesses, some kinds of, whichever you like, your kind of meetings that you have externally after your work. Prioritize them in a way that what you feel comfortable, what it will shows you on the future. For example, for me, I feel like a lot of people, maybe, for example, come to me and say, hey, Mita, we want to have an external meeting with you regarding 1, 2, 3, and 4. But if I will think about it more, I will go for 3, which is being an MC and public speaker. For example, number 2 is being, for example, opening a business. Okay, maybe I'm a business lady, but I'm not more to focus on my future in that. I'm more to be on stage. For example, so in that case, I will go to option number 3, which is being an MC and public speaker. This is an opportunity for me. Why do I need to give them my back? So do prioritize in the way that what you feel comfortable with, what you feel the future in front of you is that. So a lot of people would like to say, like, the future in front of me is very big and I want to grab all the opportunity. Perfect. But you need to have a space for yourself, like to prioritize in a way which things that makes you feel so happy, but makes me feel so like you want to grow step by step. We don't need to grow in a way that makes us feel like we are superstars or we are Wonder Women. This is something really nice, but it comes by the days. It doesn't come to us like in a sudden, like you wink and yeah, you're a superhero. We hope that we have this miracle, but it's something really hard to do it. But as I said, find your own thing, seeing your future. Your future is in front of you. Grab the opportunities based on your future. Prioritize your to-do list based on your future. This is the only thing that I can submit this with.
Thank you again. Thank you so much for being here.
Most welcome. You're most welcome.
I think I'm going to pass it on to Arijit now because I think we're closing today's World Leaders Summit and we have one final day, which is tomorrow. So please come along and listen to the other speakers, share the message that the summit is going on tomorrow. So if anybody else wants to come along and they might benefit from hearing a message that one of our speakers are giving. But again, thank you all for attending and listening and speaking with us today.
Thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for commenting and definitely coming from all these various countries, supporting us, commenting and sharing. So I can tell you the facts and figures at the moment. We have got more than 76 shares, 76 share in Facebook, several hundreds of comments in our message box, approximate 31 comment. We have viewership probably, which will come up just after we end this live feed. But yeah, World Leader Summit is not ending today. We have an exciting day tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So December 5th, we will have countries like Greece, Kenya, UK, and we will have people from Ukraine all over. We will be speaking in World Leader Summit. We will have people from Belgium, France, Kenya, Ghana, Finland, Uganda, Tanzania, Pakistan, Dubai, and India. And probably December 6th, I can give you the list. We will have Switzerland, we have Sweden, we will have Costa Rica, India, US, and Dubai, Thailand, Australia. Oh my God, a long list. I'm not going to reveal that for December 6th. I will let you to come and join us on December 5th so that you can interact, talk, share, comment, learn. Most important, WLS platform is all about doing some good business with each other. So if you can connect with each other, and from that connection, if you can make some kind of business, make some kind of education, some knowledge, help somebody on a social impact, it will be great. And that will be the success of World Leader Summit. December 7th, probably you have seen that our summit started from 2nd to 7th. What is going on December 7th? December 7th is mainly for startup pitch, which is closed door one. We will not go live on that particular day because there will be a lot of investors who will be listening to the pitch of startups. We cannot put that in public because of so many intellectual property, so many different NDAs and so many things. But yeah, please be with us. Last year and before last year in 2020, we awarded multiple number of startups. So be ready for them. We change lives of people. Probably you hear one lady yesterday was sharing how World Leader Summit changed her entire life and people started recognizing her. So feel free to connect us. Feel free to love us. Feel free to communicate with us. We are all yours. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, our great, beautiful friend Nina, for the entire day, hosting it from 5:30 p.m. Indian time to right now is about 11 p.m. Indian time. Thank you so much for listening and connecting and communicating. It's about 5.5 hours continuous summit. Thank you so much for joining.